Okay, the YouTube stream should be up now. OBS was giving issues. I don't know what that was about. It just didn't work the first time around, but it should be up now. Oh, I have to post in Discord as well. We're all over the place today. Collab with Overwatch. Oh. P5 collab with Overwatch. Interesting. Same plus Condor Parents. Suzuka, Die with Scarlet, Saiyan Aces for CM3. Decent line. That sounds pretty good. I think Saiyan Sky's really, really good for CM3. I like Suzuka as well because she seems easy to train, I think. Die with Scarlet's one I'm considering building myself as well. I'm not sure if I'm gonna follow through with it. It's either I train her or I train a late Surge or Ogre. It'd be one of the two. But they both seem pretty solid. Beffa, what's up? Deedla, what's up? Hope you're both doing well. We switched layouts, but I have nothing to show on the screen. Except for we can show the wheel. We can show the wheel, which I have to put the names on still. I did save the list of names that were on this last time that we didn't get to in time. So whoever is here from that list, I can put on as well. GamerKing, what's up? Made it to your review. I'll be off at around 5:30, so I hope I get picked before then. You probably will, because we're gonna go a bit faster, and we're gonna prioritize people who had filled out the form from last time first as well. We have... at least these four from last time that were never gotten around to. Buka, what's up? 138 over here, still in class. Give me... yeah, awesome, cool. Sounds great. Oh, hey, see what's up. I can link. There is a form to fill out if you are interested in having the account reviewed. It is this form here. I'll keep it open. Until we finish the first account, and then I'm gonna close it. I'm prioritizing people who... we'd done a set of account reviews beforehand, and the turnout was bigger than I expected, and we didn't finish everybody. So I'm gonna prioritize people who filled out the form last time and I never got around to. And then after that, we'll look at all the responses for the new form and try to get through as many of them as we can quickly. That's the goal, that's the hope. Because I was very slow last time. Is single circle for affinity still okay? Ideally you want double circle, depending on the characters that you're running. It is a lot harder to hit that. I'm probably gonna just have single circle affinity when I'm training my Falco, and I'm okay with that. As long as it's a circle. You really don't want to see triangle. That's where it's really bad. But ideally the more affinity you can get, the better. Even when you do get to double circle, it still gets better the more affinity that you have. but sacrificing affinity for stuff like Saiyan Sky Unique, which was necessary on frontrunners or other desirable skills, like making sure you have a good set of groundwork sparks, it's worthwhile. Was able to crawl into grade A finals? Nice! Congrats! I wish you the best of luck. Alright, let's spin this, and then we can get started on it. Let's see who gets first. Oh, it's close. Oh! Oh, it's T-Lit! Stolen! It's like the gold ship coming up from behind that I have nightmares of. Awesome. We're gonna switch scene for a second while I get the game set up and get in, and then we'll switch back and you'll be able to see the game and we can talk about stuff. If anybody has any questions as well as we're transitioning between accounts, feel free to ask them. I will answer to the best of my ability. Also, oh, I need to change the chat box on this layout. I forgot. That's something else I needed to do. There's always something. Always something I'm forgetting. Did you get the Ogre Cap? I did not. I did not get the Ogre Cap grandparent that I wanted. We had a few really good careers yesterday in terms of hitting hints that we were looking for, finishing G1 races, and hitting our stats, except for the first career that we did where we failed Audimakinen because we were bad. But outside of that, the other two careers went really well. The downside to the parent stuff is you just hit the end of the career and then you don't get any good sparks, which is what happened there. But I feel like we're on a really good track. I feel like we have a good deck in mind. So I'm feeling all right. It's just gonna take time. Would you prioritize white farming over pink farming for grandparent? For frontrunners specifically, I would prioritize having parents that can get you groundwork and the greens that you need in order to trigger it consistently. And then pink sparks and blue sparks after that, I think. Depending on the character, you need to prioritize the pinks a bit more. Like if you're trying to do Turf Falco, you need the Turf sparks to get her to A at least. If you're trying to do front L, you need the front sparks to get her to A at least. But without those in consideration, I would generally heavily prioritize groundwork and whatever greens are necessary for you to get to be able to trigger groundwork, just because it seems like such a big deal. If you're up against other frontrunners that have groundwork and you don't have it, you just fall behind, and then it puts you in a really bad position. Because if you don't get to the front, you don't trigger Saiyan Sky Unique, and then you can't win. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. We're almost there. I have to pull up the responses from the old form as well. There we go. Hope I filled out the form inside. Yeah, as long as you've got the form filled out, you're good. I'm gonna close the form when we finish the first account. So if anybody wants to fill out the form as well, I can link the form again. And this also answers the question, hi, I'm new to your channel, what do you do in account reviews? So we're basically, I have a forum you can fill out if you're interested in having your account reviewed. It asks questions about what you're looking for. It asks general questions about your account. It asks if you want me to log into your account. If you do want me to log in, I will DM you on Discord when your turn comes up, and then you can DM me the link password that way. All I ask is that you change your link password before the review to something that you normally wouldn't use, and then after your account has been reviewed, change it again to something else, just so that you keep your account safe. I think that's good for peace of mind on everybody's end to help make sure things stay secure. But if you don't want me to log into your account, it's totally fine. There's a section where you can upload images on the form itself, and the more pictures you can share there of characters you want advice on or any of that stuff, the better. Where's my Discord? It is linked in the form as well, but I think this command works. I hope that command works. That should work. I think that link is still accurate. I am in as well to Dealut's account, so we can get started on this one. I have the response from the form up as well. May have less than 500. Don't worry, I'm sure most people do. I just hit 500 yesterday. Wow, what a coincidence. Okay, current goals are to build and improve team trials, build and improve champions meeting, save for a specific character and support card, and then the answer to that are the ones that you tell me are the best. Good answer. Looking for advice for team trials, champions meeting, support card decks, and pull recommendations. Okay. That is not the button I meant to click. I want to turn game music off, so we just have Spotify. Because, oh, it also is not... Oh yeah, the settings get weird when you change between accounts. Okay. So we can take a look at what you have right now. Which, I think I generally have an idea of, because I was on your account, like 2 weeks ago anyways. And I think, because there was talk about the saving stuff, we can go over banners really quickly here. And this will also probably be something we go back to throughout this. But we can talk about upcoming banners and what other desirable things are there. Got work, but we'll be checking stream and Discord periodically. I hope work goes well. Oh, I think I'd gotten you the random ticket, but you got the Rudolph afterwards. Yeah. Have 2 questions for Suzuka. What races do I have to do with Suzuka? I don't think there are any specific races on her that you need to take. If you have a bad turn for training and you can fit a race in, that is a good option. Also, I forgot to turn this off. Oops. What stats do I have to have for Cancer Cup? I've been looking at max speed, 601 stam, around 1,000 power, 301 guts, and then as much wit as you can fit in with that. That's the way that I've been going about things right now. I've seen recommendations for power to be anywhere between like 800 and capping it. I've seen recommendations for wit to be anywhere between 600 and 1,000. I think I'm personally shooting for like 1k power, 600 plus wit. And then 601 stam and 301 guts are good because you get a speed bonus for certain stat thresholds on that track. So 301, 601, and 901 for stam and guts, I'll give a speed bonus. 601 stam and 301 guts basically gets you to a point where you can survive the track as well, as a front runner. So those are good points to aim for, and you don't have to go out of your way too much for it. Take stam sparks, and then you'll get a good amount of stam from training power. That's the goal. Banners. That's not the right browser window. Banners. Here, we have the estimated timeline. Hopefully this is easily visible. We are here right now. Saiyan Sky and Suzuka banner are up. If you like frontrunners, and you will take the time to train parents for frontrunners, Saiyan Sky is a very valuable Uma. Very good to have. If you don't pull for her, and you like frontrunners, and you're training frontrunners, you're gonna borrow her a lot. Outside of her, Hishi Amazon is apparently the worst end closer in the game. This banner, this one, the Elf Fantasy and Grass Wonder Fantasy. Grass has a heal unique skill. It's a backline heal, and it's a 3.5 when inherited, which is more than a normal recovery, less than a gold recovery. So this could actually be like a worthwhile inherit. I wouldn't pull for that just to have it as the inherit, but if you like grass, that's an option. Fuji apparently is a nice parent, and she also gets buffed later. I don't know much about Gold City. This banner is another strong one. If we were gonna talk about if we're just gonna talk about the really strong banners, character-wise, I think Saiyan Sky, this banner, not for Spe, but I love Spe. Summer Warzensky is a very strong frontrunner. She's basically the strongest frontrunner until here. So it's about 5 months. And then Valentine's Bourbon comes out, and Valentine's Bourbon takes the spot of the meta frontrunner. When you're building frontrunners, you generally run 2. So if you pull for both of them, you still get use out of Summer Marzensky because you just run them both. The time that Summer Maruzensky starts to fall further behind, which we talked about a few streams ago, is oh, I think I skipped past it. Here. In August, when this card drops, this card basically, you run it in all of your frontrunner decks. And the downside to Summer Maruzensky is you can't use this card with Maruzensky. So then the gap between her and the other frontrunners starts to get a bit bigger. But if you like Maruzensky, she's definitely a valuable pickup. The other strong banner, which there are other decent ones, like Dober's really good as a parent for backliners. This banner has Christmas Ogre. She's very good. If you like Ogre, that's a great option. She's a very strong character. For cards, there are a few banners, which I know you have 2 LB Kita, yes? I believe that's the case. So there are 2 ways to go with Kita. There's there's this banner here, which is right after New Year's. It is the Kita rerun. She reruns with El Condor Pasa. It's a better banner than the initial banner, because the rates aren't as bad. And also, El Condor Pasa is a better card than Daya. Being at 2 LB, when we get around here, around this period, whenever we have half anniversary, which should be somewhere around here, when they give us the JP half anniversary rewards. JP half anniversary came with a support card selector ticket, and it also came with a universal limit break crystal for SSR cards, and also one for SR cards. So what you could do, because you have your Kita at 2 LB already, is use that selector ticket for a Kita limit break, and use the SSR limit break crystal, and just get your 2 Kita limit breaks that way, and then skip Kita rerun banner. That's an option. And then you have your MLB Kita here instead of waiting another like 2 months for the rerun. But you could also just not do that and then pull on this banner. And you have L at 1 LB as well, so L limit breaks aren't bad either. It kind of depends on what else you want to pull for in this time period, which we talked about good Umas. Good cards are this banner if you don't have MLB Kita. These 2 banners, which are back-to-back. This is Wit Nature, which is a solid Wit card at like 0 LB, 1 LB. And then 3 LB and MLB, she gets a bunch of race bonus, which is particularly good for Mant. This banner has Rico. Rico's really good for El Haru Cup. And the Rice is a power card that has Swinging Maestro, which if you're going to start moving towards power cards instead of stamp cards, having access to that gold recovery is nice. But Rico's definitely the prize on this banner. Those are like the 3 big card banners in this time period, I would say. How long does Christmas Ogre last for? A while. I think when I was playing JP, I started at a little after 1.5 anniversary, and she was still like either the strongest option or a very strong option for at least another year. She's really good, and she's also very versatile. If we pull her up here. She has the same aptitudes as normal Ogre, right? Which means you can run her on turf and dirt. You can basically make her work on any distance. And she can also be run as a pace chaser, a late surger, or an end closer. So when end closers are good, you make her an end closer. When late surgers are good, you make her a late surger. When pace chasers are good, you make her a pace chaser. So she's very versatile in that way. Also, her unique is really, really strong. It's a speed, excel, and stam that triggers when you've activated your third recovery in the second half of the race. She also has a skill like this, 777s, which you can pick up and then plan as being the third recovery that triggers the unique. There's other stuff you can pick up as well, like Tachyon unique to use as a recovery as well, which is part of the reason that Tachyon parent stuff is getting discussed quite a bit, because when Ogre comes out, that's a viable option as well. She's a really, really, really good character. Can I get MLB Kita and still pull for Summer Rezensky and Christmas Ogre cap? You have 44k right now. 41k right now, 41k. So you have enough to spark one banner. So you have enough to spark Maruzensky right now. And then Ogre's in January. And the Kita rerun's also in January. I think it depends on how your CM results go. That does impact the carrots. We're also getting a carrot bump next week. I think it's, yeah, a week from today. They said that they're increasing the rewards upward. They didn't say what, how upward it is, but they are. So that would be helpful as well. I think you can pull on all three and make it work. And there should be... I think you'll have a clearer picture after the after how your Maruzensky pulls go. But assuming that with the amount of time that there is, I think you can pull on all three and make it work. Yeah. Are they selectable? Summer Maruzensky X Ogre V Bourbon on the anniversary ticket. I think Maruzensky is. I don't think the others are. I think I wasn't playing when the first anniversary ticket came out, so I could be wrong on this, but I believe it has every character up through actually, wait, it might have Ogre, yeah. I think it has every character up through Tama. So it should have Maru and Ogre. It won't have V Bourbon though. タマと言い争いをしてしまった。だが聞いてくれ。イカ焼きといえば姿焼きが普通だろ。この衣装は無 Outside of characters and cards, I know you wanted advice on Team Trials and CM as well, which we can look at Team Trials now. Also, have you started planning who you want to run for CM3? If not, we can go through recommendations for that too. But if you have an idea in mind, we can go based off that idea. Wasn't sure what I was gonna do with Nice Nature Wit. Each CM3 late deck I build, I just look at it and think this would be so much better with Nature. She does seem particularly nice for late searchers. She seems very nice for late searchers. I don't know if I'm gonna pull for her or not, because I'm planning to pull for Summer Barzensky and Christmas Ogre, and if I can make it work, I want to pull for Dober as well. And I have the good SR Wit cards, and I have what will be fine motion, so I think I'm gonna be okay on Wit. And in the cases that I do need Nature, I probably can just borrow. But that means that I need to have a Rico of my own, so I'm not borrowing Rico. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with that banner either. But out of the two, I'm definitely more likely to pull on the Rico banner. Not at all? Okay, cool. I know I made a list of... Where was this? Somewhere. I made a list of notes for your Uma account before when I was on it. I think, well, yeah, I found it. Okay. What I'd said before for Team Trials was I would, with the stuff that you had, I would go Dirt Frontrunner, Maruzensky, a Pace L, and a late Ogre. For Dirt, I would go for Sprint, Front Bakshin, Pace Air Groove, late King Halo. For Mile, I would go Front Daiwa Scarlet, Pace Vodka, and late Grass. For Medium, I would go Front Maya, Pace Tachyon, late Surger, Nice Nature. And for Long, I would go Front Bourbon, Pace Opera, and Closer Gold Chip. You have Rudolph now, so that is something to look at as well. If you like Rudolph, if you want to use Rudolph, you can run her as a Pace late or end, basically, on either of these distances. I forgot to hide the banners. Here we go. You can run Rudolph as Pace late or end on either mid or long. You also pulled Wedding Maya, so she is also an option to use as well. Basically in the same places that you could use normal Maya, you just use Wedding Maya instead. Whether or not that's a better option kind of depends. But she's got the pretty wedding dress, so that's always good. Rudolph's a very solid Uma. Yeah, her unique is very good. For CM, if we're looking specifically at CM3 with what you do have, Frontrunners are really strong for CM3. I've mostly been looking at Frontrunner stuff when it comes to Cancer Cup, just because that's the path that I am planning to go. When it comes to good Frontrunners, I like L a lot. I think L is a very strong option. The downside to L is this. The E front. If you can get her front aptitude up, that is an option. Or if you don't want to deal with that, you can run her as a Pace Chaser, and she's probably one of the few Pace Chaser options that can actually work for this CM. Outside of front, there's a lot of gambly late stuff from the looks of it. So stuff like late Ogre. Vodka's an option. If you are doing late stuff, you can either take Ryan Unique, which is Iron. It triggers if you're in 6th, or you can take Marzensky Unique, and that triggers when you're in top 5 on the final corner, which for frontliners, that's not good because it triggers too early. But if you're a backliner and you pull into top 5 later, then it can trigger at a decent time. I've seen talk about end closers. The only two that I think are decent are Taishin, which is a good option. Gold Ship you can use. You could also do End Ogre as well. If you're doing end closers, you want to grab Spurt. Straight away Spurt's really good. Daiwa Scarlet's the other Pace Chaser, and I guess Kata as well. That is like somewhat viable. You can also run her front. I know a lot of people are talking about Blokushin, where you build a Bakushin and basically stack power and wit. So she has the power to accelerate quickly, and then the wit to have a good target speed throughout the race. And the goal there is to just take first to deny the other frontrunners the chance of getting Ingling and Scheming. If you do want to do that, don't run another frontrunner with her. That's if you do want to do backliner stuff, like gambling with late stuff. And if you are gonna do the late gambling stuff, you would want skills like you can take Furious Feet, which is on the Ogre power card. Grass is a very nice gambling option because she has on your left, which she gets. I don't remember if it's P3 or P5. I think it's P5. This skill, which makes her a strong late surger, because if she triggers that at a good time, she gets a big excel and can win off of that. Is front runner the better bet? I think front is the best way of going about the CM. That could also be because I've looked at front stuff more and I'm biased towards that, because I also like a lot of the front runner options that are good to CM. But I do think they're a consistently strong option. The downside to front runners is to make front runners good, you need to do parent stuff. You need groundwork, and the options to get groundwork are really not cards that you would want to include in your deck. But getting groundwork on a parent, and then also groundwork's trigger condition. We can talk about groundwork, because this is something worth spending time talking about, because it will probably come up quite a few times. This is groundwork. If you can see it, it's really small here. This is groundwork. So what groundwork is it's a point to excel early race. The only strategy that cares about early race excels is front runners. So this is basically a front runner specific skill. It gets you to your top speed quicker so that you take the front. But the way it triggers is you need to trigger 3 skills. Early race is what it says. What you really want is you want 3 skills that trigger instantly as soon as the race starts. So then you have groundwork trigger instantly as soon as the race starts, and then you accelerate to your top speed quicker. That means you need 3 green skills that trigger on this track. If we look at green skills here, the good ones are left-handed, which is the speed green, Summer Runner, which is the other speed green, Tokyo Racecourse, which is a stamina green, Standard Distance, which is a stamina green, Wet Conditions, which is the power green, Sunny Days, which is a guts green, Frontrunner Savvy, which is the wit green. All of those consistently activate. There are others that you can take as well, like Target and Sight, which, with how Frontrunner heavy it seems, there's a good chance that the favorite is a Frontrunner, and you trigger this. Competitive Spirit is an option if there's 5 fronts. That's an option. So you need parents that will get you groundwork and 3 of those greens or 2 of those greens and focus. The downside to focus is a wit check, unlike the greens. The greens will always trigger, at least the ones that are relevant to the track. Focus, you have to pass a wit check. So there's a chance that you just don't trigger focus and then you miss out on groundwork. And it's nicer to just have the wit check for groundwork triggering than having the 2 wit checks. But if you can't get a 3rd green, focus is something to fall back on. So it's definitely something you can take, and it also does trigger at the start, so you still get the full value of groundwork when it does trigger. It's just there are times where it might not. And then also, if you're doing Frontrunner stuff, you need Saiyan Sky Unique as well. So you need to borrow a Saiyan Sky parent, and then buy Saiyan Sky Unique, which is a point to excel late race when you hit that corner. So basically, as soon as late race starts, you're on a corner. If you're in first place, you get this excel. And that's what you win off of. So getting all of that can be a little rough. There are good Saiyan Skies out there. I would search in the database for them. If you are interested in doing front stuff, look for a Saiyan Sky that has groundwork. And then I would also try to get your own groundwork parent as well, so that you just have more sources of it. It's very similar to getting Straightaway Spurt from last CM. Does focus always trigger? Focus is a wit check, yeah. So there's the chance that it won't trigger. This is, yeah, just for global version. I think that covered most stuff? I think I did. Was there anything else question-wise on the forum? I think that was everything. But hopefully that gives some direction for where you can go with CM. If you're interested in doing front stuff, I like L. You could run Maya and Die with Scarlet as well. If you're looking at late gambling stuff, you can do late stuff with someone like Grass or Ogre or Vodka. If you're looking at end stuff, you can do end stuff with Gold Shipper Ogre or Maya as well. Wedding Maya's pretty nice. Her unique's good. So if you are passing at a good time and you get this Excel to trigger at a good time, that's the nice stuff. Base that account, would I have better luck going front or end? I think knowing the amount that you play the game and the quality of parents that you have, I would maybe look at late gambling stuff. Or going end and getting a spurt parent. But I guess looking for spurt parents probably runs into a similar thing to looking for groundwork. But in general, I would take whichever characters you like more and will have more fun training. I would use those. I think you have viable options for any of those paths. Oh yeah, you do need the spurts on top of groundwork, so it is worth. That is true. I've been blessed with Falco just having 2 greens, so I haven't had to think too much about the greens. I believe that was everything. Hopefully that gives some direction. And then general advice as well. I would just say play the game more. Play the game more. Do more careers. Because you have good stuff on your account. You have good cards. Because you have the Creek. You have Kita, even not at MLB. If you really need to borrow something else, you can run 2LB Kita. And be fine with it. Oh, you got MLB Turbo now. Which I have issues with Turbo's events. But she's very good stat-wise, and she does also... fast-paced is nice. Leader's Pride can be nice. Early lead is kind of wasted. Target and Sight is also good. So, if you are looking at front stuff, this is a good option to have too. I think front is consistently stronger, but it takes more work to get it to work, if that makes sense. I think front is nicer, but only if you're gonna put in the time to get a groundwork parent and find a Saiyan Sky that has groundwork, and then do the careers that it takes to get things to line up where you do have groundwork and the greens to trigger it. And that can be time-consuming and also frustrating, depending on what you are looking at. And if that's not something you want to deal with, then you can go for like late surgers that are gambling on acceleration skills, or you could look at end closers and try to get spurt, but then that also kind of goes the same route as front, where you're looking for a spurt parent then. Yeah, it takes more work, yeah. That's a good way of putting it. If you aren't looking to do front stuff though, if you do want to go the late route, I know a lot of people have been talking about doing Bakshin as a blocker, so that is something to consider as well. Which still wants the same exact things as the other front runners skill-wise. You want groundwork and the 3 greens so that she can trigger groundwork and get to the front. But instead of looking at a stat line where you're like actually looking to win the race and you're capping out on speed, you want enough speed to finish the career reliably, but then a lot of power and wit so that you can accelerate to the front quickly with your power, and then keep front with your wit, and then also the mid-game speed skills that you have. And that's an option if you want to try to weaken other front runners by just taking first and keeping it, and then those front runners don't get to trigger angling and scheming. This is account reviews, yeah. Speaking of which, I think we have come to the end of the first account, so we will close the form, which was the plan. If I remember how to do that. How do I do that? Oh, there we go. And then we can go to the next one. Which, did I close? I might have closed the wheel. I might have closed the wheel out. I think one of the big downsides to front as well, if you didn't pull for say, that is potentially not as big of a downside with the other strategies, is if you didn't pull for say, you need say unique, which means you're capped at just doing 3 careers a day. And as we get closer to CM, that starts to hurt more. There is a decent amount of time to CM where I'm not worried about it right now, but later on that becomes more of an issue. It's not an issue if you're not doing more than 3 careers a day. But if you are somebody who like would take the time to grind out a whole bunch of careers, having that 3, it's a hard limit in that case. Unless you're taking, say, on grandparents and then dealing with getting groundwork and greens and getting, say, unique from inspiration, which just sounds completely fucking miserable. So I wouldn't even consider it. It just sounds like a terrible time and a way to completely burn yourself out on the game. I like Wedding Maya more as end for CM3. I like end Wedding Maya and you take Spurt. And I think she seems like a pretty solid option. But that also could be me being a little biased on liking Maya as well and thinking that she might be a little stronger than she is, but I think it sounds like a solid thing. I think she's one of the 3 end closers you could use. Or I guess 4. Which would be Ogre, her, Gold Ship, which I think are all weaker, and then the good one is Taishin, which I don't want to say because I don't like Taishin, but she is definitely the good end closer for CM3. Because Encroaching Shadow is really nice. Here's the wheel. I brought it back. Which again, I mentioned this at the start of stream as well. We'd done a set of account reviews beforehand, like a month ago. I'm prioritizing people who had filled out the form last time, and I never got around to first, and then we'll go to the form, the new form, and go through all of those. Or at least try to get through as many as we can. But we're starting with people that got missed last time, because I was very slow last time. Oh, it didn't get stolen this time. Is this time going faster? We're gonna try to. I spent a lot of time on the first one, but I feel like each account that we review, the more we're gonna repeat stuff. So I think we will speed up as time goes on, hopefully. At least that's the plan. Yeah, Spurt is very nice. Cause if we pull up the track really quick, which we didn't do when we were talking about CM, and this is good to talk about as well. This is this track. The way that I zoomed in too much. And it put me to the bottom of the page. Wait, we're almost back. The way that this track works is the late race starts here. This is still on a corner. So as you hit late race, you can immediately trigger skills that look for a late race corner, like let's pump some iron from Majuro Ryan, or angling and scheming from Saiyan Sky. But very shortly after this has started, you hit a straight, and that's where something like Spurt or Encroaching Shadow can then take effect. So it's slightly delayed compared to something like Angling and Scheming, but it's still early enough into the Spurt that it is pretty impactful. I think out of the running styles, pace are the ones that are struggling the most for this CM. Because they just don't have good excel options at all. Whereas at least the backliners can kind of gamble on getting like an on your left or furious feet, or triggering Spurt. Or yeah. Getting iron as you come into here, or triggering redshift late as you pull up into 5th. There are options. I do think front's gonna be the strongest, but it does take quite a bit of work to get it to the point where it is competitive too. Also, let me switch scene and we will switch account now. Correct me if I'm wrong, pace is not viable because acceleration skills put on them will... Yeah, that's basically it. So the acceleration skills that pace would normally have access to, like shooting for victory and redshift, the problem with them is it triggers on final corner. And on this track, the final corner starts basically at like a little after the halfway point of the race. So you still have like a third of the mid leg of the race left. And if you're triggering your acceleration skills there, you're already at your target speed anyways, so they aren't going to do anything. You really want to see the acceleration skills trigger as you get into the late race, because that's when your target speed drastically goes up as your spurt starts, and then you want the acceleration skills that get you to that new top speed as quickly as possible. So where those pace skills were really nice on a track like Derby on the first CM, they fall off a lot for pace, at least. You can still take something like redshift if you're running a backliner, and then you just hope that you pull into 5th later on that final corner, and then it'll trigger then, where it can still have value. But for pace, you're gonna be up there anyways, unless it's like a super front-heavy lobby, and then that happens, but that wouldn't happen often, I would think. Alright, I have switched. Which, let me pull up the response as well. You wanted advice for building and improving CM? Team trials, saving for a specific card. Probably gonna have to start slowly saving for Kita. And looking for CM team trials, support card decks, and Pulrex also. Was thinking of running Daiwa Scarlet, Vodka, and Suzuka for Cancer Cup. Is there anyone else that you would recommend more? Was also considering Maya, but think she might be harder to get S Smile too. Okay. How many accounts are you reviewing today? As many as we can get through. So we're prioritizing people who had filled out the form from last time that I never got around to. And then after that, we'll go through the responses on the new form. And I'm just going to put them in a wheel, and we'll spin the wheel every time. And I'm going to try and get through as many as we can. And if we get through all of them, then I can open the form up again. The plan is to stream for like 4 hours. And we'll see how many people we can get through. And then, whatever we don't get through today, I will try to do another account review, hopefully, sooner than the distance between these past 2 streams, because this has been a long time. When you're doing runs for Grandparent Ogre Cap, in what scenarios do you skip optional races? If there is a really good turn and I feel like my stats are behind, or if there is a turn where someone is hinting and I desperately need the hint. I normally don't skip any of the Triple Crown races. Normally, the races that I do look at skipping are the junior year G1s, potentially. One of them, either Punch and J for Hopeful Stakes, if I feel like my stats are behind and we need to catch up stat-wise, or if there is a particularly nice hint. And then Yasuda Kinen and Queen Elizabeth Cup, because you can take them either year. If I have a good turn in Classic year, I'll skip them that year and then take them in senior year. Also thinking about saving up carrots for Tabo Cross. Ah! Want to run everything? Okay, awesome. Great. So let's take a look at what you have currently. Oh, the 3LB Tazuna. Okay. Trying to build Taishin for CM3 should be really good. Yeah. Taishin seems like the good end closer for CM3. Set my account to your... Oh, awesome. I will add it to the list, Cluck. And then character-wise... Karen-chan! Oh, we love Karen. Cool. Alright, let's take a look at your team trials team. And then you did retain, didn't you? For Class 6 this week? I know there was a close call with that. Sweet, awesome. Miles Suzuka. This might be a bit low on Stam. Even with the Bofa, if the Bofa triggers at a poor time, that can be a little rough. Oh, big gold ship. Okay. Some of them are stolen for buildings, yeah. I figured for the long. I would say, which I could be off on stamina recommendations for team trials now as well, because I've been looking at a lot of CM stuff now too. Let me pull up the reference doc just to double check myself. I think the ticket's definitely low on Stam without having a gold. But the other two look more okay. I think as well this might be low. I think I was normally shooting for around 600 with a gold. And then for medium, I was shooting for around like mid 800s, 900 with a gold, normally Maestro. But also, I think that's more for covering the longer tracks of those distances too. So on the shorter ones, you probably have less issues. And I think this guts amount is higher than what I would normally see at the Stam too. So I'm not sure about this one actually. Do you feel like any of your teams are more consistently underperforming? I think this looks really nice. And this looks pretty nice as well. Spurt kind of gets wasted, but the other stuff that's there is nice. Mile is real coin flippy? Okay. We'll definitely, yeah, we'll definitely do a round 3 at some point as well. I've also, all of these streams have been very short notice as well, which is a problem on my part. Next time we do this, it will be announced further in advance, and I will also open the forum up further in advance, and I will also plan things more. Because the question of account reviews had been coming up a bit the last few days, and I was like, okay, I'll do one tomorrow. Because I do have time. I think on the Mile characters here, It looks like this is the most solid one out of the three to me. I think this is on the weaker end. And I think the Suzuka, and it might also be the case for the vodka as well. On the longer mile, I know I was shooting for more stam. With the Suzuka not having a gold. I think this is closer to what I would shoot for. Like around this amount, maybe closer to 600 with a gold. But Bofa does have the situations where it can trigger either at the start and overheal or at the end and have the heal not be impactful. But also, when it comes to team trials with the amount of races that you can do, you can kind of build around just the situations where that doesn't happen. And out of the amount of races that you can do from each set, you're gonna run into multiple times where everything is fine anyways. And as long as you pull the good scores from those attempts, then it's fine. Dirt is rough, yeah. Dirt is hard. I think Dirt is the hardest team to get in a good spot with the Dirt options that are present in the game right now. Also, it heavily depends on what you did end up pulling. I really like Dirt Maya. I like Dirt Maya a lot. The downside to Dirt Maya is getting her to A Mile and A Dirt. Which A and B is fine. If you can't get to AA, which with the parents that are on offer, either when it comes to borrows or just on your own end, it's very hard to get sparks that line both of those up to get them close enough, and then you're also hoping to hit one through inspiration too. So it's hard to get the AA on her. But I really like her as a Dirt option as well. I would say as well, when you are doing your team trials runs, you can consider restructuring teams. I was thinking more so for the sprint team. I'm not sure which of these three is your best performer, but whichever characters either are triggering more skills or are more consistently performing well, putting them in the ace slot just to get the little bit of bonus from the ace bonus can help. Which the Baksheen does have the 3 golds, so it does make sense having her there. I don't know how often huge lead ends up triggering, but it's a white anyways. Our champion meet tickets I don't think they do. I've never tried. I believe they don't. I could be completely wrong because I've never tried. Three power, 3 mid, 2 pulse, only 2 whites. Ah! The good other sparks always come at a cost. Yeah, I would definitely use as many as you can before day 2 ends. I would always, every day of CM, do 3 sets of races at the very least, if you're not buying the 4th ticket. What did I? Oh shoot! I moved something somewhere. There we go. For pull stuff, because I know you said you were saving for Kita, which is definitely a big improvement if you do get her. We did talk about banner stuff a decent amount last time, so you can breeze through banners a bit quicker here. But you're aiming for this. Where the heck am I? Oh, I went too far. This banner, the Kita banner, with the amount of pulls that you have right now, keeping in mind that you do want to have a spark here, it is definitely a good time to start building up towards that. But if you are looking at something else in the meantime, you can probably spark something else along the way. I know you were also mentioning Tama. If you are interested in Tama, I would probably just start saving now and make sure you have enough to spark on this banner, and then also hopefully do the same for Tama as well. But you should, with the amount of time that you have before here, you'll have enough to spark on both. If you were planning to pull more than just the 1 spark on Kita though, then that's where it maybe becomes a concern. But if you're just doing the 1 spark on the banner, you should comfortably be able to pull on both of them. But I would definitely, especially if you are interested in Tama, I would just start saving them and plan on sparking here and then sparking the Tama as well. Although this banner, I believe we get free pulls on this banner. So you could also consider finishing off the spark on this banner, depending on how your free pulls go. And those would be like the 3 things that I would look at pulling on. I'm not sure how many free pulls we get on this banner. I think it was either 80 or 100. I also was not playing GP when this banner came around. But both of these cards are nice. Riko's definitely the big pickup, because she's very, very good for Aoharu Cup. Is Riko a must pull? So I started on JP after Aoharu Cup, so I haven't played Aoharu Cup much. I played it very casually, and I was unaware of Riko being as good as she is, so when I did all of my Aoharu runs, I never used Riko. But from everything that I have heard, she is very, very, very good in Aoharu Cup, to the point where basically you either pull for her, or you borrow her, or you use like an MLBR Riko if you really need to use your borrow on something else. There is an argument to be made about global acceleration. Right, on JP, our Haru Cup lasted 6 months. On global, it's probably going to be closer to 4. So whether or not you want to pull for a card that's going to be useful for 4 months and then falls off a bit after, which I've heard she's still usable in Mant, but if you are using her in Mant, you kind of want her at high limit breaks. And she's a lot less necessary than she is in our Haru Cup. So you can just make the argument that it's better value, especially with the shortened time frame that we are going to be on our Haru Cup, to just borrow her. Borrow an MLB Rico. The downside to that is you are locking your borrow slot to it. And with Kita rerun coming after this, it's like a 2-month gap between this and Kita rerun. If you are a person who has been borrowing MLB Kita, then it's a toss-up between what you use your borrow on. So there is that weird period, that weird in-between period there. Yeah, I'm not sure on the exact number. Let me check. I believe the KR guide has it mentioned somewhere. Let me pull it up. Which it does assume that things are structured in the exact same way as the JP and KR versions, but that's been the case to this point outside of like a few QL things, so. Maybe it's not in here. Or maybe I'm getting banners mixed up. Wait, let me check the ref talk. Okay, the KR doc doesn't mention it, but the ref doc mentions there's a star for banners that had between 50 and 100. It has a star with a question mark. Which now I'm unsure what that means. Because I think what I was thinking of was New Year banner. Which also might not even be the right banner either. I'll look into this more. I'll check myself before next stream. And can give an updated response on that. Yes, yeah, we are getting reward adjustments on the 22nd. They didn't talk about what the specifics to that are. It could be the just how rewards have been moved upward on JP. But we'll know next week. We'll know next week what things end up looking like. Which hopefully we'll see a nice increase in carrots, and it'll make saving and planning pulls a little better, but it's hard to tell until we actually get the numbers. Yeah, the anniversary packs are really nice. They did say adjusted upwards, so it will be buffed. They just didn't give any concrete numbers at all. Unfortunately. CM. Was thinking of running die with Scarlet, Vodka, Silent Suzuka. With what you have. I like Suzuka. I think Suzuka is nice to train because she has she has this, which is really good. Just having left-handed from the start. It's a guaranteed green you can trigger, and it's a speed green, so it's even better. She has focus or concentration, which you can fall back on to trigger groundwork. Fast-paced is really nice. Unrestrained is a gambling excel. So she has a nice set of skills at base, and she seems relatively easy to train as well as a result of that. And if you are gonna run Suzuka front, running Scarlet as a second front makes sense there. I like the idea of doing 2 front and a late gambler. Which Vodka does work with that. You grab these, and then you gamble on Furious Seat. And it seems like a solid option. I think, and this could be me being wrong, I like Scarlet as a front runner rather than Maya as a front runner for CM3. I think Maya does fit nicely for end closer stuff if you give her spurt. You do have to get her mile up though. Yeah. But if you are looking for S mile anyways, it's 7 mile sparks to get her to A. And you're generally gonna take at least that much anyways. If you're looking for S mile. And then if you can hit an end closer spark somewhere as well to get her to A end, that's nice, but not necessary if you can't fit it. And you can use her that way as a backline gambler. If you do want to front run her as well, that is an option, and then you just take as many mile sparks as you can anyways, which is what you would do on any other ace. And you'll get her to A mile before career starts, and then you're in the same situation where you're just hoping to see the mile pop up in inspiration to get your S mile that way. So all of them are nice spark-wise. You don't have to like put too much effort in to fix any of them, like you would with somebody like trying to do front L or Turf Falco. But I think I do like the plan of Suzuka, Scarlet, Vodka. I think that sounds solid. Scarlet and Suzuka were the other 2 frontrunners that I was considering running on my account, alongside Falco and L if I was gonna do a 3rd front. And I think I was leaning more towards Scarlet, but I don't know if that's because I like her more or because I actually think she's a nicer option. It's probably just because I like her more. And then I do think I like 2 front with a late gambler a lot as well, because depending on how prevalent stuff like Blockushin ends up being, or Blocker Falco, which it does seem like it's being talked about quite a bit, at least in the CC space. I don't know how much that will be in like actual CM runs, because I know there was a good amount of talk about Haru stuff for this current CM, and I haven't seen too many rooms that have a Haru in my personal experience, and it always depends on your matchmaking. But if it does end up being a problem where a lot of people are running Bakushin as a blocker, having somebody on the back line that can still like gamble on an Excel and win in those situations where you're not getting angling and scheming can be nice. Yeah, if she pulls into first and then triggers her unique, it helps her keep first. If she pulls into first later and triggers her unique late enough, then it can get speed carryover into late race as well. So there's nice stuff that can happen with Daiwa Scarlet that feels really cool when it does happen. And I think that's why I'm leaning more towards her than Suzuka. But I do think Suzuka has a good amount of nice stuff. Going for her with the skills that she does have, and having left-handed as a green is very nice, because then it's less stuff you have to look for through inspiration too. Or if you're not borrowing Suzuka card, which I would assume is the case, because I'd assume you're borrowing Kita. But I think that does sound like a solid plan. I think you can run Maya either as front or end if you're interested in either of them, and it's not too much effort to get her in a solid position for that either. But the plan you have right now is very solid. It sounds good to me. And I would definitely, when it comes to the pull recommendations, I would start saving for Kita and Tama, and hopefully we get like double the carrots next week, and then it's like, oh well, you can pull on more stuff then. But we'll have a clearer picture next week, and I can give a more accurate answer. But I would definitely start looking towards saving if you are interested in both of them. Hopefully that gives some direction. Is today finals? Today is the matchmaking day. So there's an hour and 50 hour and 50 minutes left of round 2, and then it'll do the break day for matchmaking, where you go in and confirm your team, and then it'll be finals tomorrow. We have a coin flip now on the wheel. It's GamerKing! Alright. Awesome. And then we get to do AO next. And then we'll add everybody else into the wheel, and then we can go from there. To pull up the response to as we switch over. All right. We're in. You had wanted advice for team trials, CM, support card decks, pull recommendations, and your current goals are improving team trials and CM team. Awesome. Cool. Which I know you're working on Suzuka at this point for CM. Because we talked about Suzuka stuff earlier. Actually, let's look at cards and characters first. Big Kita. Always lovely. And Creek as well. Very nice. El Contrapasso Tazuna. Alright, okay. And then character-wise... No Teos is sad, unfortunate. But she'll come home someday. Falco is incredible. That's always great. A lot of characters that A 3-star as well. A lot of characters that I don't have a 3-star. Alright, oh, we should check, what class are you at now? Retaining class 6? Sweet. Awesome. Cool. Dirt Falco? Okay. I think Stam on the long team might be a bit rough. In particular, these two could probably use more Stam. The gold ship at least has the 2 golds. But I would look for more Stam probably across the board. I think out of the long decks that you've been using, looking at something like this, a 3-speed 3-stam deck is probably the right direction to go for long. It's a lot harder to fit in stuff like wit cards or power cards. I mean, for the grass, it's a debuffer, which I have mixed feelings about debuffers for team trials. Just because you do still want decent placements in order to get the additional points, but it does give you a lot of skills you can trigger. So if you see that she's still placing well enough, then that's okay. This is more of what I would expect from like a long build than a medium build. The spell looks really good in terms of the stamp. Speed's maybe a little low. For mid, might see, I would consider just moving this to the long team, swapping one of these with the spell. I think the king on the sprint team is probably the weakest link here. I would look for more speed. The air groove has a lot more stam than what you need for a sprint, but I like having extra gold skills anyways that you can just trigger and get points from, so I do not disagree with picking up the Maestro at all. I would say the long team looks like it is struggling with stam. If you are seeing good enough results anyways, you can keep things as they are, but I would look at getting more stam here and maybe moving the spe. And then on the shorter distances, looking for more speed. For CM, I know you've been working on Suzuka. If we look at... Because I know we talked about Suzuka stuff. Do you have other ideas for the other 2 slots that you were planning? I like Suzuka a lot for CM3. I think she's a very, very good option. So, I think that is a very good decision to run a Suzuka there. If you are running Suzuka, you probably do want another frontrunner with her. Don't have any ideas for the other 2 slots? Awesome, okay. So in general, when it comes to frontrunners stuff for CMs, ideally you run at least 2. And then the hope is that one of those ends up taking first place as you go into late race, and then they hit the corner and trigger angling and scheming and accelerate off that and then win off of that. Out of your options here for frontrunner, Daiwa Scarlet's a good option. I really like, and I will always recommend it because I think it's fun, and I'm doing it, although it does require a lot more work, which is a very big negative. Smart Falcon. I think Smart Falcon's really good. Her unique helps her take or keep lead. She has Wet Conditions and Front Savvy, which are 2 green skills that work on CM3. Speed and power bonus are really nice. The downside to her is Turf E. So you need 10 Turf Sparks to get her to Turf A, and that is a pain, especially when you're also looking for groundwork, and you also need Saiyan Sky Unique. I think she's a really strong option. I really like her. I'll always recommend her to anybody who does have Falco. But it's an extra level of steps that you need to go through to make her usable. She also, the affinity that people have with her at base right now is not very good. So getting her affinity to a good spot so that you are consistently getting good inspirations and getting your groundwork through inspirations can be a bit rough as well. I'm working on Falco parent stuff right now. I've done some deck test stuff with Falco. It's gone very well. I just need to get the parents in order, and that is potentially very time-consuming process. Yep, she just needs 1 more green. So something like Standard Distance, Tokyo Race Course, Summer Runner, left-handed. Target and Sight, all those things are really nice for her. Because she does just start with Wet Conditions, which is really nice, because you have the extra power. And Frontrunner Savvy is also very good. Having 2 greens that you don't have to, like, you only need 1 more, it's nice. It's really good. Really hoping someone will just post a 9-star Turf Saiyan with groundwork. I do have, actually, I don't know if I have the ID right now. I can try and grab the ID for the say that I'm planning to borrow. Let me switch accounts again. I don't think I have the ID written down anywhere, but I can find it again. But there's a 7-star Turf Falco that I am planning on using, or a 7-star Turf Saiyan Sky that I'm planning on using for my Falco. When I do get to that point. And there's a really good Bourbon that was very hard to get a slot on because a lot of people were looking for slots on it. But there's a very good Bourbon Grandparent that's a 3-star Turf, 3-star Stam Bourbon that has like 11 G1 wins that I'm going to use as a Grandparent for the Falco. Was able to get a slot for that, and I think that'll help a lot too. Also, Sky, what's up? Yes, I will have a video on Turf Falco as soon as I do get around to starting to do ace runs of her. I will have a video up of her. I'll also probably just make a video talking about my CM plan as well, because I haven't done that for the other CMs, and that's probably like a good idea of something to talk about for 10 minutes or whatever, and just put a video up as people are getting ready to start doing stuff for Cancer Cup. It won't be like a guide that goes over every viable character or whatever, but more so just what I am looking for and planning on, because I think there are a lot of Cancer Cup guides already out there. But yeah, I would definitely look at Die with Scarlet or Falco as another frontrunner. L also works. L also has this issue where you need to get her to A front. But L's unique is very nice. So if you can make it work, she's a very strong frontrunner as well. Outside of frontrunner stuff, you could do L as a pace chaser. So I would definitely take one of these and use them as a second frontrunner. But outside of that, you can do L as a pace chaser. If you take Grass up to potential 5, because you have her at P4 right now. If you do take her up to P5, she gets on your left, and that's a good late surge or gambling acceleration, which you could use to have her as a backliner. Vodka as well gets Furious Feet at P5, and she could be another backline gambler. I haven't looked at debuffers at all for Cancer Cup. But I would probably build one of these as a frontrunner, or Maya works as well if you really like Maya. But I do think these are all stronger. I would probably build one of these to go along with the Suzuka that you're already working on, and then you can either take another one of them and just go 3 front, or you could go for something like a Grass or a Vodka, or do end closer stuff with either Maya or Gold Chip and grab Spurt and go that way, and have a backliner. I think either of those are viable paths to take. And the fact that you're already working on Suzuka Ace stuff now puts you in a very good position to have a lot of time to get a really good set of aces. So that's good as well. What are recommended goal stats for a gold chip in the CM? For Gemini Cup or for Cancer Cup going forward? For current CM, it's as much speed as you can get, at least like 1,000, 1050 stam with her 2 gold recoveries, Go Home Specialist and Maestro. I was looking for, on my end closers, I was looking for at least 700 power, I want to say, without power bonus. On Ogre, I was looking for like 800 or more because she has 10% power bonus. So somewhere in that range, if you can make it happen. For Guts, I was looking for at least 420, I want to say. And you should get that just from doing your stam stuff. And then as much wood as you can get, at least 300. If you can push it higher, that's good. But stam is the biggest priority, followed by speed, I would say. And you'll get your guts and power met through the speed and stam trainings. And then if you have bad turns and you don't want to rest, you take wit and you get your wit that way. Group A finals, but I'll most likely lose. I wish you the best of luck. Have Falco as my other front runner then for Cancer Cup. Sweet, awesome. I'm glad I can sell more people on Falco because I think she's really good. I think she's really, really good. I really like her. I think she's a very solid ace option. She just takes a bit more to get going because you need to do her Turf Spark stuff. But I'll definitely have a video talking about Turf Falco and going over a career of her and what I look for on her as well. Hopefully that will be a helpful thing to reference too. And Grass is my late surger. Awesome. That sounds like a very solid plan. Yeah. I think 2 front with a backliner that you can have who will either sometimes get lucky and just trigger their acceleration skill towards the end in a good position, and you get wins off of that, or to have as a backup in case there is like a front runner blocker that just takes front and denies you. Say in Sky Unique, having a backliner to cover those situations is really nice. How many Turf Sparks do you need for a Turf on Falcon? You need 10 to get her to A. You need 10 to get her to A before career. So 1 gets her to D, 4 gets her to C, 7 gets her to B, 10 gets her to A. So I'm shooting for 10 to get her to A before career starts, but you could also shoot for lower, start her at B turf, and then just hit turf through inspiration and get her to A that way. Although it does now give you another thing that you need to hit from inspiration, alongside like your groundwork. Is B enough if I'm running her as front cover? Ooh, that's a good... I actually don't know. I'm actually not sure. I know you do want the aptitude to be high enough so that you can accelerate at the start and take the front. I'm not sure how big of a difference it is for B and A in practice, because I also haven't looked at front blocker stuff too much. I would say if you are planning on using her as a blocker and you have the stuff to get her to B, I would take 1 to B and try it in a few room matches and just see how she performs. And if you see at the start that she's slow to get up towards the front and is missing first place as a result of that, then it's probably the lack of a turf. But I haven't looked at the difference between the two personally. I think that covered everything from the form. Hopefully that gives a good direction. I think that's a very solid direction to go with CM. And I think for team trials, I would look for more speed on these shorter distances, more stam on long, and maybe consider swapping sped along, because she has a lot of stam and the 2 gold recoveries, so you can run her on long, and you don't have anything on her that needs her to be on medium, and she probably performs better on long in comparison to the other like HP amounts that you have on this long team, and then you can just move one of them to medium where they might perform a little better. What parents do I need for late surge or grass wonder? So there's 2 routes you can go. I'm actually not sure which one is better because I haven't looked at backliner stuff too much. Or you grab both of them and cover both situations, and they both trigger, but you have a likelihood that you will trigger either of them. The 2 good uniques, the 2 good Excel uniques are these 2. There is Marzensky, which Marzensky's is a final corner Excel that triggers if you're in the top 5. As a backliner, the hope is that you pull into 5th later on that corner where the Excel actually does have value. The other option is Ryan Unique, which is late race corner Excel if you're in 6th. So if you're in 6th place, as you hit, I don't think I still have the track up anymore. Wait, do I? Here. If you're in 6th as you hit this point, then you get that Excel. So it's either you're hoping that you pull into 5th as you're like around here, somewhere in here, where the Excel will still have value, or you're in 6th here. Those are the 2 conditions where those Excels are useful. Outside of the Excel uniques, Triumph Impulse is nice. Rudolph unique is nice. It just says speed skills that you can get as a backliner. But I would say look for any of those. Look for good affinity. Mile Spark so that you can get S-Mile, ideally. And then you're gambling that you'll trigger on your left, and if you do pick one of those Excel uniques, that Excel unique at a good time, so that you get those Excels and then win off of that. Yeah, there are some nice mile skills as well. The other one is because you'll have on your left. The other one is Furious Feet's the other good gold one, or Updrafter is the white version of it. Would be the other backline Excel. Can you open up the? Oh yeah, I can open it up for a few minutes. Give me 2 seconds. That should be open again if you want to throw more pictures in there. Or if anybody else wants to sneak in a response really quick too. You got a few minutes. But hopefully that covered everything. I think it did. I think we got through most of this stuff, and it sounds like you've got a solid plan going forward. Ayo was the last one on the wheel. Ayo, it's your turn. It finally happened. Which let me pull up. the response. Also, oh, how much wit do you need in the end? At least 300. Shoot for at least 300. If you can get higher, it's even better. Don't want to be below 300. But balancing, balancing it with the other stats, especially with the fact that if you just don't have enough stam, you do die. It can be a little rough. I was shooting for like within the 350 to 400 mark normally, but if you end up lower, it's fine. Okay, we are in. Current goals are to build and improve CM team, save for a specific character, may show Doto, huge. Let's go Doto. I'm looking for advice for CM team trial support card decks, pull recommendations. Also, okay. Any specific questions that you wanted answered, any major account issues. Got it. Cool. Also, oh, let me... I keep forgetting to mute the game music. No Teo. Oh, it's so sad. I'm so sorry. But Falco's here. We love Falco. Has Maruzensky. I wish I had Maruzensky. Good lineup. Seeing much Kani runs. Trying a Maruzensky parent this time. Ooh, best of luck. 3 LV Creek is awesome. I see the level 1 Kita. I feel your pain. I'm sorry. MLB Ace Sheen Flash. MLB Cafe, cool. MLB King, awesome. Cool, awesome. Very nice. And has the MLB Sped 2 first event clearer. Let's go. Love to see it. Love to see it. I really love Marizanski as well. I can't wait for Summer Marizanski. Because her normal version avoided me. So now I can actually have her and train her. It'll be nice. Also, oh wait, what class are you? I keep forgetting to check class. Retaining 6, awesome. Perfect. Haru Urara, I like Haru. Yay, Haru. I love Falco. All right. Long feels pretty rough, sprint too? Okay. That's a lot of stam on the vodka. Okay. I think on the sprint end, I would look for more power and or wit. I've been doing a lot of speed wit stuff when it comes to team trial sprint stuff. I really enjoy it, and also potentially Tazuna on my end. I would look at probably dropping the creek from a deck like this and just running another wit card, or just going speed power. I've seen in the reference doc as well. I think with the borrowed Kita and the MLB King as well, having the power bonus for them is nice. A lot of these are quite old trainings. Yeah, okay, cool. Could 3 speed, 2 power, 1 wit be... You can run that, yeah. That's the deck I'm gonna run for upcoming CM for Mile. And I think I've run it on Mile as well. I really like getting high wit for sprint, just because it feels like the place where you can fit it in, because you don't really care about the stam too much, and you either get enough just off of your sparks, or if you are running power cards, you get enough just off of the power trainings as well. When I've been doing speed wit, I've been mostly borrowing or taking stam and power sparks in that case. And then I normally... Actually, let me check my sprint team, because it's been a while since I've looked at it. I think on my sprint team, I'm normally at around... 800-ish or 750-ish with like over 1k wit. Or if I was doing power stuff, then it's like capped speed at least 1k power, and then you shoot for around 600 wit, if you can. But it does seem like on the sprint team as a whole, you have more stam than you need, which is not a bad thing, and like having the extra gold recoveries that you can trigger just because they're gold skills that you can trigger is nice for points. But if you are seeing that you're losing races and have something like Iron Will as well, you could look more at like mid-race speed skills, picking those up. You had mentioned long feeling rough as well. I like this build. This is maybe a little lower on the power, but the stam and guts with the recoveries and the speed that you have looks nice as well. I think 3 speed, 3 stam is just a solid deck in general, too. And you can get away with, I guess, depending on how many careers you are doing. With a character like Maya, you can, if you are seeing that you are hitting like a comfortable stam spot with just 2 stam cards, you could try to slot in another speed card. But I think this Maya looks solid. I don't think I've run Tachyon on long, so I don't know how much she does need with the unique, and that's a skill issue on my part. I think the ticket as well is probably okay, stam-wise too, if she's hitting both of these. The speed's a bit lower than these ones, though. Oh, this gold ship looks nice. S mid is good. Maga, what's up? Cookie, what's up? Pika, how's it going? I'm very behind on chat. Do you need to win race to be eligible for white race? Yes, you do need to get first to get the G1 weight spark. This was a medium tachyon? Okay. Yeah, I'm unsure about the stam she needs with her unique, just because I haven't been doing too much tachyon stuff. We can calc it, actually. If we pull the spreadsheet up. 2. Or we could do the, this is... This is, okay. It does look like it's low. Looking at the spreadsheet, if I pull this up. Oh, there it goes. This is looking at 3K. So for the longer races, it looks like it's a bit low. This is assuming you're at great mood and not rushing. So for something like these 2 longer distances, it looks like it's low, but for the shorter ones, it's fine. I don't know what the race frequency is either. Let me pull that up. That's in the reference stock. Because you can just build around being able to consistently live the shorter ones, and then get your high score done on the ones where it is shorter. It's a 55% chance you get 2600 or lower. So, about half the time, a little less than half the time, it looks like you're hitting points where the stam will struggle a bit. But a little more than half the time, she's fine. Do you kind of just rely on getting... Yeah, if you're getting a 500k run out of any of your sets, you're in a good spot. Because that's comfortably above the retention line. And as long as you can get one of those out during the week, then you're good. Yeah, I would look at, if you're feeling like the sprint team is rough, when you have time, when you're not prepping for CM, you could look at rebuilding the sprint characters and go for something like a speed wit deck or a speed power deck or a speed power wit. So doing something like 3 speed 3 wit or 4 speed 2 wit or 3 speed 2 power 1 wit. Any combination of those can feel okay. Or 4 speed 2 power and then just get speed and power and get your wit to about 400 through just clicking it every now and then when there's a bad turn or when you're looking for friendship. I've really liked 3 speed 3 wit, or I've tried, what's the weirdest deck I tried? 2 speed 2 power 2 wit, I think I tried once. It felt bizarre, but it almost came out with a usable stat line. I think, my best sprinter is my Air Groove, which was 2 speed 3 wit Tazuna. And the closest thing I would recommend to that is like 3 speed 3 wit. And that capped speed wit and got 800 power. And she's been performing pretty well. But for somebody like Bakshin as well, with speed bonus, you can kind of look more at putting in more wit cards or putting in more power cards, because you should have a decent time capping speed with just like the Kita Spe King, and then plus the speed that you'll get when you do your wit trainings as well. So you can look at putting in, I don't know what power cards you have actually. I saw there was the Amazon at MLB. So this is a very good stat card. Bourbon, if you're doing front runners, is really, really nice. She's good for stats, and front corners, front straights is really nice. Those are 2 really nice ones. And then for wit stuff, you have the Nature, which is good. Fukugitaru and Dober are both pretty solid as well if you're looking for a second wit card, too. Or there's the Stober as well, the Event Dober. I think at MLB, she's pretty comparable to Fukugitaru. But you trade the friendship for race bonus, I believe it is. No. Yeah, the initial friendship gauge for race bonus, pretty much. That's... What tab is this? Oh god. Here. And if you have your Fukugitaru at 3LB, it's slightly closer, and then she has the whip bonus over that, so that's an option as well. But the SR Dober at MLB is better, unless you're using a late surger that you want to get the gold skill on for team trials. Generally, this is a better wit option too. So you have good SR wit and power options as well, if you are looking to go that route, which is nice. And then you're saving for Doto. We can look at banners again. Doto. Doto comes in October. You're currently at 6K. And the banner ends early November, assuming to this estimate, according to this estimate, assuming this is correct, which is nice because then you get the club bonus as well as we go into November. So it's slightly more carrots to spend on Doto. Doto's really nice. She's really cool. I like Doto a lot as a character. After Doto, if you are planning to pull for Doto, her banner basically leads into the next good support card banners. So if you are sparking Doto, it does put you in a spot where these are less desirable to pull on, probably. But it does give you quite a decent window to save up for this, the Kita rerun, and then get the rest of the Kita copies. And then if you do that, and you get Kita higher limit broken, if that is something you do want to aim for, borrowing something like the SSR Rico for Alharu Cup is probably a solid idea for the majority of the Alharu Cup runs. And if we do have the free pulls on this, I don't know how many free pulls, but apparently the question mark free pulls, if we do have free pulls on this, maybe you get lucky and stack something early too. That would be cool. SRs have treated me much nicer than the SSRs. I'm glad the SRs have been kind. CM, do you have a plan for what characters you have in mind that you want to run for CM? Or any character that you for sure want to include in that lineup of 3? Can you remind me of the deck I need for Smart Falcon? My current idea for my Smart Falcon deck was to run three speed, 2 power, 1 wit was the plan that I was going down. I think it's a very solid deck. It seems like a good go-to for Cancer Cup. Falco and Grass, probably. Okay, cool. Whatever seems the most plausible to build on my account. What is Cancer Cup? It's at the earliest the first week of October. We don't have a date for it yet, but it wasn't in the September roadmap. So at the earliest, registration would start like October 1st, and then the event itself would start on the 5th. Unless they are just gonna drop it by surprise towards the end of this month. But I don't think that would happen. I think there is a chance that we get 2 CMs next month, though. Like, we get Cancer Cup first week of October, and then the next CM in the last week. At the speed that we have been going. But we'll see. I'm planning around it being first week of October. Should I be going for Stamina Sparks to supplement the CM? I like Stam Sparks. I think Stam Sparks are nice. When I did my deck test with Falco, I took six Stam Sparks in total, and I think I ended 22 Stam below what I was looking for. So ideally, when I actually do my careers, I'm gonna aim for 9 stam across both parents. And I think that that should be comfortable enough to hit where I want to hit for stam with 2 power cards. From the looks of stuff that I was trying before. But I think you either go for like a 3-speed, 2 power, 1 wit, and grab some stam sparks to get you the rest of the stam that you need. Or if you want to put in a stam card in the deck, for front runners, that's probably Saiyan Sky, so that you get Escape Artist. And you hit your stam that way, then you just go like full power. Just got my groundwork parents going. I'm so sorry. It's a pain. It is a pain. I love Falco. We talked about Falco a bit already. Falco's really nice. If you are running Falco, get her P2 for white conditions. You don't have to worry about anything else here. Center stage is cringe. Trying to get the Chars doesn't work on CM3. Oil Race Course doesn't work on CM3. So get her P2 so that she gets wet conditions. Wet conditions is very nice because it's just more power and it's also another green that she can get groundwork off of. She's really good. She does, again, need that extra work because you do want to get her turf up. I'm shooting for 10 turf sparks. That gets her to A before career starts. And then fill the rest of those sparks with Mile, so you still have a shot at getting a Smile. And then hopefully you get groundwork and another green from your inspiration. Or, depending on what cards you're running in your deck, you can also get a green that way. So, like, if you, if we look at, I'm borrowing this card. I'm borrowing L because she's a good power option, and she has standard distance and sunny days, which both work. That's my current plan. And then I'm running that with a bourbon. I don't know how L would feel at 0 LB. But that is also an idea. And I would also still run the bourbon because front straights, front corners is really nice. Outside of those, Helios is really nice because Mile Corners, Speed Eater, Slipstream can be nice if you're not keeping first the whole time, which with Falco you do ideally stay in first the majority of the race, so it's maybe less valuable on her. Same with Ramp Up. Shifting Gears is nice regardless. So for the power stuff that you have, I would probably, if you were gonna do 3 speed, 2 power, 1 wit, you borrow the Kita, and then run King plus another speed card, which would probably be Spe, which I think is exactly what I'm doing, except my King is at 3 LB, and then you could run Bourbon plus the Helios, and then a wit card like the Nature or the Dober has Sunny Days. Not a great stat option compared to the other wit cards, but Fuji is Summer Runner and Mile Corners. I've been using her in my parent decks. I haven't tried using her in an ace deck. I don't know how the wit feels with her, but it is something I'm considering as well, just to get Summer Runner that way. When it comes to other greens, if you're not getting a green through your inspiration. But if you can pick up something like standard or left-handed or Summer Runner or Tokyo Race Course from Inspiration. Those are all consistent greens that are good to have access to, or Sunny Days as well. Or if not the consistent ones, Target and Sight or Competitive Spirit can be nice. Target and Sight probably is more reliable. I'm unsure, because I haven't tried her yet, but the skills that she has access to are really nice. I just don't know. She is definitely a weaker option when it comes to stat output than the others. And I'm not sure how big of a deal that is, because I haven't looked at it myself yet. But if you are seeing that you are hitting more than enough wit for what you're looking for on another wit card, and you're maybe not getting a green from Inspiration reliably, I think it's something worth considering. Just so that you have another source of a green. And Summer Rudder is also just really good, because it's more speed. Outside of Falco, if you are going to run Grass, I would try to get her to P5, because she gets on your left, and that's where she starts to become a good gambling option, just so that you have the acceleration skill that you can hopefully trigger at a good time. You get lucky and it triggers, and then you take off and you win. And then if you are running Falco as a front runner, I would run another front as well. I think the option that we've been recommending today has been Diva Scarlet. I like her. I think she's cool. I think when her unique triggers, either if she triggers it early in the race or earlier in that second half, it helps her to keep first so that she does get angling and scheming off. If she triggers it later, if she like pulls into first towards the end of the mid leg, then she can get the speed carryover into last spurt, and that can help her take off a lot if it does line up that way. So I think there are situations where she has some things that are really nice for her. Other front options would be the Maya you can do as a front runner, or front L, but this also, you want to get the front aptitude up. I think Marzensky is weak on this track, even though she does have the Mile Golds, just because her unique just completely goes to waste when it's a front runner. But you can still run her. If you are going to run her, she's changing gears, and I think her P5 is also a mile skill. This is a gambling excel, so it's something you could pick up. It could be completely useless, but it could also be nice if it triggers towards the end of the mid race. I do think she's a bit more of a weird option, because just her unique does nothing, because it'll consistently trigger too early. And a character like Elle has a really solid unique. But I think they're all front runner options that you can consider. I really like Diva Scarlet. I like Diva Scarlet, I like Elle, and I like Falco a lot when it comes to front runner options. I think they're all really cool. Say as well, which nobody has had Say that we have gone over today, but Say is a very strong front runner as well. But I think I'm gonna run a Diva Scarlet as well on my account. She's up there. It's a coin flip at this point, whether I run her or Ogre and just go for the backline gambling. But I think I'm leaning more towards Diva Scarlet. Frontrunners are tough. It is a lot of effort to get them to be at the point where they are competitive. But I do think they are the strategy that performs the best for CM3. So hopefully all of the prep will be worth it. Hopefully. It is a bit spooky though, needing to go through getting groundwork and greens, and just like last CM, if you hit your inspiration and you don't get it, then it's a wasted career. So it's rough. But the good thing is, I guess it's a good thing, we're all in the same boat, so whenever you are struggling, you can take solace in the fact that there's a lot of people who are in the same position that are also struggling. And at least just having the solid idea and the solid plan behind it puts you ahead of a lot of people that are just kind of just gonna run whatever mild characters they have. Could people still win? Yes, you can still win with pace. I think some of the stronger pace options are someone like Daiwa Scarlet or L, who have really good uniques. I've seen people talk about Karan-chan as well. I haven't looked at her because I don't have her. But I do think pace as a strategy is the weakest strategy for CM3, just because of the lack of usable excels. It kind of relies on you, like, having somebody like these two, I would say, if you are gonna do pace stuff, where they pull into a position where they can trigger their unique and then carry that over. And them taking front before the late race so that they deny the front runners angling and scheming. But that doesn't seem like it consistently happens, and if that doesn't happen, they just lose. How do you get groundwork? There are a few cards. We can talk about groundwork cards as well. Because we talked about groundwork as a skill, but we didn't really talk about groundwork sources earlier. If we pull up the skill page on GameTora, here's groundwork again. These are all the cards that have groundwork. It's Gold Chip, Ogre, Air Groove, both the SSR and SR versions, and the R cards, and R Rudolph. The problem is, Air Groove is a Guts card. You don't ever want to use Air Groove in your deck, because she's a Guts card. Gold Chip's hint pool looks like this. So getting groundwork from her is a pain in the ass. Ogre's hint pool looks like this, which is slightly less bad than Gold Chip's, but it's still a huge pain in the ass. And then Rudolph is an R-Wit card that mostly just has debuff skills. So you're looking for groundwork and nothing else from her. So the problem with groundwork is none of the cards that have it, except for maybe SSR Ogre as a borrow, I guess, have... None of the cards that have groundwork are cards that you would want to put in your ace deck. And even that Ogre as a card that you would want to put in an ace deck is a card that you would put for a backline gambler because you're trying to get Furious Feet and use that as a gambling excel. So she's not a card that you would really want to have in your front runner deck anyways. So you need to get parents that have groundwork as a white spark. Either a parent that you're borrowing or a parent that you have on your own. And you do careers where you have one of these cards in your deck and you get groundwork that way, and then you buy it and then you get it as a white spark at the end. And then you just hope to see groundwork through inspiration. It's a very similar thing to Straightaway Spurt from last CM, or the current CM, Gemini Cup. The downside to groundwork is that you also need the greens to be able to trigger it, because groundwork needs 3 other skills to trigger. And ideally you have all 3 of those skills trigger instantly, so that you get the full value of it as you're starting the race, and you just accelerate to your top speed at the start and gain a lead. Or in the case of frontrunners, because it's assumed that people will have groundwork, you need it to keep up with them to be able to compete for the lead. Is Suzuka gonna be good? I think so, yeah. I like Suzuka as a frontrunner. I feel like Suzuka is an easy to train character as well, because she has left-handed as a green. She has concentration. She has unrestrained, which is a gambling excel that you can buy if you want it. So she has some nice things going for her. Basically, all of her potential skills are either good or could be valuable. Focus and concentration do count. The downside to them is the greens will always trigger. Focus and concentration are a wit check. So if you run 2 greens plus focus, there's a chance that you just have some races where you miss the wit check on focus and then you don't get groundwork that way. So ideally you get 3 greens, but if you don't, then 2 plus focus works as well. But you want at least 2-star groundwork before using that Uman inheritance. The more stars you can get, the better. I've been using... I think I have a 1-star. What have I been using? I've been using a Maya that has 1-star groundwork, and then a grandparent with 3 groundwork, and a grandparent with 2 groundwork. So I get 6 that way, and then the Seiyun Sky I borrow has 8. So I have 14 groundwork sparks for the parent stuff that I've been doing. Because I got fed up of running Air Groove in my deck, so now I dropped her from my deck and I only get groundwork through inspiration. So the more groundwork I can get that way, the better. Because I was realizing that, I was getting groundwork from inspiration more often than I was getting it through Air Groove Hint when I had Air Groove in the deck, so I figured I might as well just drop her and make the deck more comfy. But I don't know if I would recommend that. So... it's worked for me, but it has been a little odd. There are just runs where I don't hit it from inspiration, and then it's we just don't get it. But there would also be runs where I just don't get it from Air Groove as well, so I think it's a bit similar, kind of. The stars, I believe, do help with the base rate for inheritance. I think it's in... let me check. I think it's in the bonus chapter for Crazy Fellow stock. I don't know where the bonus chapter is. Bonus. Here, yeah. So they have an inheritance formula here, which seems to line up with what testing has found. And the stars for the sparks do help with the base rate that it does show up in inheritance. So higher star is nicer. But it's a lot better to have the chance at all than to not have anything. I think that covered everything. we got a bit sidetracked talking about CM stuff, but I think that covered everything. Hopefully that gave a good direction. But yeah, I think I do think if you want to run Falco and Grass, running them and then another front runner with your Falco, so something like the Scarlet or the L, so that you have the two front runners is nice, and then saving for Doto is good. Hopefully there's enough time to get the spark on her. And the fact that the banner does, from the estimated timeline, that it does carry into the start of November is really helpful with that. And also the extra carrots that we're gonna get from the uptuned rewards should be nice as well. And then after that point, it's a little close to where the next support cards would be. So I would probably just save for the Kita. What position does she run? I believe pace or late. Let me check. It's one of the two. Game Tora. There we go. Yeah, she has a Pace Chaser gold skill on her P3. She needs, I guess this is just an overtake. Unique. Doto's adorable, I really like her. I really like Pumpkin Doto too. The Halloween version is really cute. You can check what the reference doc says about her, because I have never trained Doto, because I don't have her on my JP account. Oh, Doto, where'd you go? Doto. She gets Excel when she passes someone in the final leg or beyond. If she gets lucky, she can zoom. It's not consistent, so she's a gambling Uma. But all of her skills are consistent enough to trigger during team trials, so it's good for point-wise. And if you are going to run her in team trials, Pace Chaser is the recommendation. Gambling's fun! Gambling is good! We do love gambling, that's why we play gachas. Yeah, the parent runs are painful. Parent runs are very painful. Because even if you get all the skills that you want, and you win all the races that you want, the game can just not give you the sparks that you want either. And then it still feels bad. I'm gonna BRB for like 3 minutes, and then I will put all of the other responses to the form on the wheel, because we finished the carried over ones from last time, and then we will get through as many of them as we can. Did I go through things faster today than I did last time, like I said I was planning to? No, not at all, actually. But I think we're getting good info out there. So hopefully, even if we don't get through, because we definitely won't get through everybody. Hopefully, if we didn't get through you, hopefully there's been information that at least applies to some people that has been helpful. Hopefully. I will be back in a few minutes.
this, like that, like this, like that, like this, like that, like this, like that. I like it. I don't like it. Not at all. I don't like it. Not at all. Not at all. I don't like it. Not at all. I don't like I don't like it. Take it easy.
Good. Just feels good. Just feels good. Just feels good. Just feels good.
Like this, like that, like this, like that, like this, like that, like this, like that. Like this, like that, like this, like that, like this, like that, like that. I don't like it, not at all. Like this, like that, 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 like that, like this, like this, like that, like that, that. I like it, I like it.
I'm back. Hello. Might need to do a mashup stream tomorrow of Ogre Runs and Reviews. I think I thought about it while I was BRBing. Anytime that I'm live for the rest of this week, if you filled out the form and I don't get to your account review today, and I'm not mid-career, tell me to review your account and I'll do it. Which should be most days this week. I should be live probably every day this week. We're gonna keep going for a bit longer, because I said I was gonna stream for at least 4 hours, and it's been around 3, so we'll go for at least another hour and a half. Hopefully we can get through like another few. But anybody who I don't get around to today, just tell me if you see that I am live to review your account, and I will do it. Or if I'm mid-career, I'll do it as soon as I finish the career. But I've been very slow. I don't know, I feel like I just yap too much. That's probably, that's skill issue. Mouth issue. JB account be having buffed chances. Thank you for the welcome backs, I appreciate it. Alright, let me grab all of the names from the form and throw them on the wheel as well, now that we are on the new form. But I closed the wheel! Oh my gosh. What am I supposed to do without the wheel to guide me? I haven't looked at Anime McQueen much. I feel like every time I see people talking about her, they say she's bad. But I haven't actually looked into her much. The fact that she does need low HP to trigger the unique spooks me a little. How did your Maya? Oh, so we never ended up getting a Maya improvement. The Maya that I was running in CM, she is at an 11% win rate, I think. Yeah. My Ogre has a 37.5, my McQueen has a 35, and then my Maya has an 11.3. So she's been my worst performer, but she's gotten a lot of second places to Ogre. So if we didn't have Ogre there, she probably would have won more. It's just, when she does have a good run, a lot of the time Ogre's behind her, and then uniques and steals the win. Or she has a good run, but it's not good enough to outdo my Ogre. And then Ogre's just ahead of her. McQueen has been the big surprise. I have no idea how our McQueen has performed so well. Because it was literally the first attempt that I did at making McQueen an ace. And then we tried to do a few more and they weren't as good and I just gave up. So she was kind of an afterthought for me. And she's only won 2 less races than my Ogre. So it's, I'm actually shocked at how well she's done. I think this is everybody. Yeah, cool. The wheel has been updated. Let's spin it. Let's see what happens. Who's it gonna be? Oh! Oh my god! Wow! Wow! What a close one. It's Pika! Those wheel spins are, intense. Oh my gosh. That's like watching a race. I'm sorry, it was so close. I'm sorry. That was the closest wheel spin we've ever had. Let me change scenes here while we switch over. Pause the screen for a bit. Yay, my name is on there. It is. We have updated the wheel now. We will try to get through as many people as we can before I end. And then again, if you filled out the form and I don't get to you by the end of today's stream, if you see that I am live for the rest of the week, pop in the stream and just say that you want your account reviewed, and I'll do it, as long as I'm not mid-career or mid-reviewing somebody else. And if either of those things are the case, then I'll do it as soon as that's done. And then next time, when we do a dedicated account review day, there will be a much larger window of notice before it does happen. And also hopefully I will have learned how to structure things better and learn how to limit my yapping more so that I can deliver things more efficiently and effectively. All right. We are in. And Pika wanted advice for CM and support card decks, and wants to improve Team Trials team and champion meeting team. Besides grinding Uma careers, what can I do to help my account grow, even if it's just a tiny bit for the near future? Good question. That's a very good question. Also, every time I change screen, every single time I change scenes, it pulls the Ogre plan back up. I didn't realize it does that. That's interesting. Oh, nice lineup. Teo, huge. Already off to a great start. Wedding Maya, also huge. McQueen, huge. Falco, oh my gosh, this is my dream lineup. Incredible. Cool. Support cards. One LB Krieg, 0 LB Kita, okay. 2 LB on both the Stam SRs. MLB Sweep Tosho, oh my goodness, the legends. And MLB King, sweet. You have really good speed SRs. All three of these being at MLB is huge. And 3LBation is still usable if you're training late surgers as well. You have really, really good speed SRs. That's great. Retained class 5. Okay, cool. Team rank is B1? Okay. Okay. Okay, I think the long team is really hurting for stamina. I think out of both the long and medium, Maya's the closest to where she wants to be at for stam, with the Maestro. I think these all kind of struggle a bit. I know you were looking for advice on support card decks. Let's take a look. We can go here. If we... Okay. So I think one piece of advice I would give, which I don't know... how often you do use this deck, or if this was more for other things. But on the dirt team, there were a few characters that were trained. Not this one. Was it this one? No. Falco? I would generally avoid Guts cards outside of parent decks. Guts as a stat is, at this point, not a stat that you need too much of, and a lot of the time you get more than enough just by the Guts that you'll get from, like, support card events where you can take Guts as an option, or end of career, or through training stamina. I think out of your, if we look at your speed cards right now, I think you have a very, very solid lineup of speed SRs. I would put the majority of my money and support points into leveling Sweep Tosho to max as soon as you can. This card is incredible. It's really, really good, and it gets even better as you take it to higher levels. It's a card that you can use in basically every deck that you will run. It's basically comparable to some of the weaker speed SSRs at high limit breaks, and it also Slipstream's a great skill. She can give Charming. She's a really, really, really good card. And you can basically use her everywhere. King Halo as well is also just a general speed card that you can basically use everywhere. And the power bonus here is very nice. Taishin is also a good speed card, but I would not use Taishin over either of these two cards unless you're specifically trading end closers. So I would focus on taking both of these speed SRs up, and then you run those two speed cards with a borrowed MLB Kitos on black, and that basically sets you at a solid foundation for speed for most decks that you want to build. And then the other slots you can kind of change up depending on what distance you're running, what character you're running. It'll be a bit different based on the stat growths and basically the stam needs. So for Mile and Sprint, for Sprint, I like Speed Wit a lot. I'm a big Speed Wit advocate. Not just for score chasing. I think it can set you at a decent enough spot for team trials, and it's relatively low effort and pretty high consistency to just finish the career and hit like a decent enough stat line. So I really like 3 speed, 3 wit for a decent amount of the sprint characters. Bakshin is the big one that everybody always points to. But you can run it on Air Groove and it works. King Halo is the one that struggles with it a bit more just because she takes some of the longer races. Like, she needs to be competitive on Kika Show and Derby, or on Satsuki Show and Derby, and then Kika Show doesn't matter, but she enters it. So she does need a bit more stam than the others do. But you can supplement that with stam sparks, and it works out fine. When it comes to Mile and the longer distances, that's where you might want to start looking at adding in stam carts. So for something like, this is where I would shoot for stam for Mile. Around this number with Maestro is enough to make it through things pretty consistently. And this is actually like a really solid lineup of cards as well. 3 speed, 2 power, 1 stam works. Or you could look at adding in a wit card in place of the power and shoot for a bit higher on wit. The card choices is where I would make the difference. So instead of running these SSRs, I would run your King Halo and your Sweep Tosho. When it comes to power cards, because we didn't really talk about power cards. Helios is particularly nice for the CM, and she's also just a good card as well. And she has some nice stuff for Mile. Stuff like Mile Quarters is really nice. Shifting Gears is really nice. Ramp Up, Slipstream, Speed Eater. Speed Eater for Mile, Ramp Up, and Slipstream just generally are nice. So she has a really nice hint pool as well. So this is a very solid option. You do have the L. I don't know how L feels at 0 LB, but I've been borrowing an MLB L for the current CM. Bourbon I really like for frontrunners. And she's also just a good power card. If we pull up Game Tora, because I haven't looked at... I know Ryan's on the lower end. Ryan... Biwa. Urban 2LB. Let's pull this up here. This is Game Tourist Compare Tool. I'll try to zoom in a bit more because it's a little small. And this is with the cards at the limit breaks that you have them at. Biba does have big training effectiveness, which is nice. And she does also have good specialty priority. I think Ryan is on the weaker end of power cards, but you could run something like the Biwa alongside one of these two frontrunners. Bourbon works. If you're doing Miles stuff, Helios is particularly valuable as well as 2 power cards. There is the issue of leveling the Biwa if you did want to use the Biwa. But you do have like Bourbon's at 30, Helios is at 35, L's at 30 right now, so I would pick 2 of those probably and go that way before worrying about leveling a Biwa, especially if you do have good speed SRs to level, like the Sweep and the King. While we're in here, we can talk about Wit as well. For Wit options, Fukugitaru is really nice. I like Fukugitaru a lot. There's the event Dober, which is solid. Basically comparable to this Fukugitaru. You have the Wit Nature already leveled. This is a great card. It's a really good roaming Wit card. So if you're looking at Wit stuff, you can just run the 2 that you already have leveled here. The Marve and the Nature, or if you're doing medium stuff, Tachyon for mid corners, mid straights is really nice. When it comes to Wit, I generally wouldn't try to fit Wit in on long, just because of how much stam you normally need. You can try to fit it in on mid if you feel like your other stats can keep up. If not, just going for something like 3 speed, 3 stam, 4 speed, 2 stam on mid or long still just works to make sure that you hit a decent amount of speed and stam. But on the mile and sprint, you can consider adding in the Wit cards or using power cards as well for mile and sprint. And for dirt is always mile as well. So I would definitely, when it comes to your cards, prioritize taking Sweep up, take King up, and then use those 2 with the Borrowed Kita as 3 speed cards you can basically run anywhere, and then fill in the rest with the other things that you have, which you do have Creek at 1LB, which is a great stam card, even if you're not getting the friendship gauge. Just having Creek and Maestro is really nice. You have a Cafe. You have Maya. These are both at 2LB. You have McQueen for cooldown for long if you need it. Say's nice for front runners as just a stam card with a front runner gold skill. Oh, I'm still on Game Tour. Oops. Yeah, I would focus on, for speed cards, take up Sweep, take up King, use those 2 with a Borrowed Kita, and then for other card types, if you're looking at stam, you have the 1LB Creek, which is very nice, just to get Maestro even without the friendship stuff. You can use Say if you're doing front runners for Escape Artist. She's also just a generally nice stat stick as well, even at 0LB. McQueen, if you need cooldown for long, you can always use. If you are making use of McQueen, getting her to 2 LB is helpful, just so that she gets access to her her unique. And then you do have both of these SRs at 2 LB, and they're both solid. For power cards, I would, at this point, probably use the L, because you already have it leveled, alongside either the Helios or the Bourbon. If you're doing frontrunners, you can take Bourbon for the frontrunner hints. If not, Helios having Ramp Up and Slipstream is really nice. And she also has these 3, which are all really good for Mile. Which is where I would probably consider running multiple power cards for Mile or for Sprint as well. You can try it. And then Wit cards, you have the Nature already leveled, and it's a good roaming Wit card. So that's an option to use. You do have 0 LB Fine Motion as well, leveled. You have the Marve. Marve is a solid card. Tail Halt Eye is really nice. Ramp Up is really nice. Fukuyitaru is good. I would not worry about leveling it anytime soon, just because I would rather put those resources in the Sweep and the King Halo. Those are 2 big things that, if you level them and start running them in like all of your decks, it should help you hit a more comfortable stat line and get the speed higher. Also, Z++, I completely missed it. I completely missed your message. I don't know if you're still here. Are you struggling with specific races? Or specific characters? See, is CM up? I thought today's matchmaking day. Yeah. We still have time until the race comes up. Did you qualify? I did, yeah. We're in Group A finals for Graded League. We've done pretty well this CM. We're at an 83% win rate for the team. So it's gone very well. We're doing pretty all right. Yeah, right now should just be confirming the team. Outside of support card decks, Champions Meeting was the other thing for advice. Do you have a plan for which 3 characters you want to run for CM Pika? Or any characters in mind that you would like to include? I think you can. I can check. I'll pull it up on my phone. Yeah, it's registration period right now. What's the new CM gonna be about? It is Mile CM. It's turf 1600 meters. This is what the track looks like. It looks like this, which we talked about a little bit earlier, but it seems like it's a very frontrunner heavy CM. Saiyan Sky's unique is really nice because the late race starts here and it's on a corner, so you still get Saiyan Sky unique, and then the Excel from that basically takes off here. Front runners are really good. Pace chasers seem particularly bad because they don't really have great acceleration options. And then backliners stuff, so late surger or end closers, it seems like for end closers you run Spurt. For late surgers, it's more taking the gambly excels, so stuff like Furious Feet or on your left, and then you just hope that they trigger at a good time, and if they trigger at a good time, close to the start of the spurt, then you get a big excel from that, and close the distance on the front runners. Thinking about Condor, Daiwa, and Suzuka. Sweet. We briefly talked about Suzuka earlier. Suzuka, I think is nice. I think she's easy to train for the CM. For front runners, we talked about groundwork a little bit. Groundwork is basically necessary for front runners. The other thing that's basically necessary for front runners is Seiyun Sky Unique skill. You want groundwork, you want 3 greens or 2 greens and either focus or concentration so that you can trigger it at the start of the race. Accelerate to your top speed quicker so that you can hopefully take the lead. And then you want to have the lead as the late race starts so that as soon as it transitions into late race, you trigger Seiyun Sky Unique and then you build a lead from that by getting that acceleration. And then the hope is that the gap there is just too big for anybody else to make up. And none of the front runners can catch up because you get Seiyun Sky Unique and they don't. Because only the person who's in first can trigger it. So the nice things about Suzuka are she is left-handed to start, which is very nice because it's just a speed green that works on that track and you don't have to worry about getting it. It covers one of your 3 greens for groundwork. And it's also a speed green, so it's just more speed. She has focus and concentration, which you can use 2 greens and focus to trigger groundwork, so that works as well. Fast-paced is nice. Unrestrained is a gambling excel. If it triggers late on the final corner, because if we look at the track again, the final corner starts here. If it triggers towards like this portion where the excel is still up as you enter late race, it's good. If it triggers like here, then it does nothing. But all of the skills that Suzuka does have from her potential are either good, like left-handed or fast-paced, or they can see some value, which I think makes her pretty easy to train. If you're running one front runner, you want to run at least one other one. And I've been recommending Daiwa Scarlet a lot today. I think Daiwa Scarlet's really nice. I think her unique is really good. If it triggers early in the second half of the race, because she's in the lead, it helps her keep the lead. If she pulls into the lead towards the start of the spurt, she gets speed carryover into spurt, and she takes off even more, which is very nice. So there are a few situations where this ult is really nice for her. L you can run as either a front runner or a pace chaser. She's one of the few pace chasers that can actually work as a pace chaser. If she's able to overtake the front runners going into spurt, she triggers her ult, she gets the speed carryover into spurt, and she also denies Seiyun Sky Unique, which can make her a particularly strong option there, but it does rely on her actually taking the front. You can also run her as a front runner. The issue with front runner is she starts at E front, so you want 10 front sparks to get her to A front, or like at least 7 to get her to B, and then you hopefully hit front at some point during one of the 2 inspirations to get her to A. So it can be a bit more work to get her to work as a front runner, but as a front runner, her unique is very good because it's speed and excel. So It's really nice. She can be a very strong option there. Other options that you could use for front, which I'm a big fan of. It has a very similar issue with L, but I'm gonna recommend it to everybody who has Falco. Turf Falco. Turf Falco is good. Turf Falco is cool. I really like Falco. I'm gonna recommend it to everybody. Falco has Wet Conditions and Frontrunner Savvy, which are 2 greens that work on that track. So it's 2 out of the 3 that you need for groundwork. You can ignore everything else in her potential skills. Center stage is meh. It's a lane movement speed, and lane movement speed isn't really good right now. OE Race Course is her P4, which doesn't matter for the track, and her P5 is a dirt skill, which doesn't matter for the track. The problem with her is she starts at E-Turf, so just like L, you want 10 Turf Sparks to get her to A-Turf, or at least 7 to get her to B, and then you hope that you get her to at least A through Inspiration. That's the hard part about her, is getting the Turf up, but Wet Conditions front, and her unique is very good at helping her keep the lead mid-race, which puts her in a good position to actually get Saiyan Sky unique off. She's a very, very solid option if you like her enough to go through the trouble to get the sparks to where they need to be, either through borrowing a parent that covers it for you, which is also a Saiyan Sky, because you want Saiyan Sky unique on your front runners, or doing parent stuff on your own. I think she's a very, very solid option. I really like Falco. I'm building Falco on my own account. I will recommend it to everybody who has Falco. I think it's she's very, very, very strong. She just takes a bit of extra work to get to that point. Oh, I missed this question. Hi Spoonhurler. Doesn't Connor's her ult is first 2 positions. We can pull it up. It is this one here. It has a order less than or equal to 2 check on it, and if we look at here, the way that the order works is if it's less than or equal to 2, that means you're in second or first. So if you're in the top 2, she gets speed and excel, and it's when you're on the final straight, as long as you have the HP to trigger it, which she should going into the final straight. And the final straight, if we look at the track, we pull the track back up. The final straight starts here, which is like right after the spurt starts. So spurt starts here. Ideally, you trigger Saiyan Sky unique, and then the straight starts, and then you get even more acceleration and speed. So it's a really, really nice unique. For her, and also if you are doing front runner stuff, it's a nice unique to have in addition to Saiyan Sky unique, if you can fit it in. Not entirely worth going out of your way for, but if you can fit it, it's pretty nice. I guess I'll make another gold ship, even though I've made 3, but they're all I'm so sorry, Deedlit. No. You can do it. I'm gonna run Pace L late grass. Should my last spot be another late? If you're running Pace L and late grass, what I would look at, which I haven't looked at myself because I'm running front runners, but something that I've seen talked about a lot, is running Bakshin as a blocker. So you take Bakshin, you do the same stuff that you would do with another front runner, so you get her groundwork and the greens so that she can trigger groundwork. You get her power and her wit as high as possible. That's the main focus on her. Power so that she can accelerate faster at the start and take the front. And wit so that she gets enough target speed to be able to keep the front. And then the goal there is deny the front runners Seiyun Sky Unique. I think that's a very solid option if you are not running a front runner. Just to weaken front runners, because front runners seem very strong for the CM. So I think that is what I would recommend for anybody who is doing more backline stuff. And it also seems, outside of like getting groundwork and the greens on her, it doesn't seem too bad to like get a decent blocker up. And it gives you more time to focus on your other aces as well, which is nice. Want to make a meme Mile goal sheet? I think it works. It works. You give her spurt. She triggers spurt on the straight. It's slightly delayed compared to angling and scheming, but it's still an Excel. That's better than what pace chasers have, unfortunately. If you're not one of the pace chasers that has Excel in their unique. I think Taishin's like the strong end closer because she does have encroaching shadow. But Gold Ship and like Wedding Maya both work too. Maybe replace Condor. Oh, I like late Ogre. I'm debating on myself right now, either running Die with Scarlet as a front runner or running Ogre Cap as a late searcher for my third slot. If you're interested in doing late stuff with her, stuff like Furious Feet or On Your Left are both nice. The downside to Ogre is you can't use the Ogre card to get Furious Feet. The only other card that has it is Grass Wonder, which is a Guts card, so that can be hard to slot into the deck. And then the option for On Your Left is also Ticket Guts. But you can get the white versions of them from other stuff. So Slick Surge you can get from like Vodka Power, which is actually a good power card that also has a bunch of other stuff that is really nice for late surgers. Updrafters you can get from also the vodka card, but also some other stuff. So I would look for those. If not in your deck, then in inspirations, just so that you have some form of Excel. Or you could also look at doing End Closer Ogre and taking Spurt, which is something that I did for the current CM, and it worked, and it's fine. That is always an option. You could also pace with her, too. I think it's weaker than backlining her, just because pace chasers don't really have an Excel at all, but Ogre is just like a decent character too, so it does work. I think she's a weaker pace chaser option than something like Scarlet or L. But if you're putting your backline, I think it seems fun, and I'm debating doing it for my third ace, just so that I have a backline ace in case there is like a heavily built blocker that denies my front runners, so I don't just lose. But we'll see what I actually end up doing when we do get around to finishing our aces up. And then in terms of the other late gamblers, both vodka and grass, if you like them, have gambling accelerations in their P5. Vodka has Furious Feet, and grass has On Your Left. From the way that I've seen people talk about the two of them, which I haven't looked at them both much myself because I'm not interested in building them, it does seem like grass is generally considered a nicer option than vodka, from the way that I have seen people talk about them. But they both seem like solid late gamblers as well, if you are interested in doing more backline stuff too, with the options that you do have. But hopefully that gives some direction. But yeah, I would definitely focus on those support cards. Focus on the 2-speed SRs, the Sweep Tosho and the King Halo. I think getting those leveled and using those in basically every deck that you are running, it should help things feel a lot more comfortable. I don't want to train another Taishin this year. Can I? It's been a week. I can hate on Taishin now. Don't train another Taishin ever again. Maybe I can finally get an. I believe in you. I believe in you. You can do it. Let's pull the wheel back up. Taijin, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I have picking characters that I like issue. A lot of the time people say I have bad takes. I don't know where this idea comes from. When I'm right most of the time, I think. Oh! Alright, vusomni! Let me pull up the responses. Yay me, yay! Instead of Ouroboros, it's Oribtakus. Wow. Wow. A vicious cycle of bad takes. I have good takes. I have a lot of good takes. Like, what's a good take? What's a good take that I have? Umamusume is a good game. I think that's a take most of the people who are here would agree with. I would hope. Any idea how much more you'll do? I think we'll go for another hour. Poe, what's up? Good takes, not in the stream. Wow, okay. I appreciate that, thanks. What do you think about season 3 of the anime? I really like season 3. I think people give it more hate than it deserves, or don't appreciate it as much as they should, I guess is probably a better way of putting it. I don't think it's as good as season 2. I don't think it's as good as Road to the Top. I don't think it's as good as the movie. I don't think it's as good as Cinderella Grey. But I like it more than season 1. And I think it's a very solid season. I think what they do with Kita, I think the way that they approach the idea of reaching your peak all of the mental stuff that comes with that is really cool. Without going into any spoiler territory. But I think the story that they tell is very compelling. And it also has Sato no Crown, and Crown is amazing, so that's also a positive. If I was gonna rank the 3 main seasons, I would go Season 2 is the best, followed by Season 3, followed by Season 1. I think Season 2 is really good. Season 2 is really, really, really good. Okay, let me move this over. I have too many tabs open. I didn't close the game torrent tabs that I had opened up, and now they've kind of just stacked up. That's always a problem with me. My heart is racing so much. I've never done this before. Ah! I hope I will be able to give you the information you're looking for. What will be more account reviews? Enterly, I am going to I think it would be nice if we could do another one before the end of this month. I'm gonna shoot for, I'll say this now, tentatively, we'll decide on a concrete date soon. But either the 26th, 27th, or 28th, like that last weekend of September, I would like to do another account review stream then. Closer to Cancer Cup before it's started, too. So we can maybe give some more solid Cancer Cup info and go over aces for that. I think that would be nice. But I'll decide on a specific date and time, and I'll put it in a community post in YouTube, and I'll also post it in my Discord as well. Whatever that does get decided, which will probably be at the end of this week. I should be able to nail down a specific time where I know I'll be free for a good block of time. Just do all 15 or so right now. I gotta speed up. I'm too slow. All right. I forgot to turn off the game music again. But I am in. And we have the form up. Current goals are to build and improve for CM, team trials, save for a specific character, just to improve my account in general, because I missed Kita-san and unsure what to save for. Awesome, perfect. Advice you're looking for is CM team trial support card decks, pull recommendations. Specific question is if I should just save to spark someone or not. Okay, awesome. I can hopefully give some good direction there. Joined in like near the end of Kita-san banners, so I obviously missed out on. Ah, yep. It's rough how good the first few weeks of the game were, with getting the SPET event card and then also like assuming. Not re-rolling for Kita. Being in a position to like do a solid amount of pulls on that banner. It's rough that both of those happened so early into the game's life. Oh my gosh, Anime Teo! Huge! That's a first for today. And both the McQueens and Karen-chan. Oh my goodness, what a good lineup. Fantastic. Support cards. 2LB Creek, awesome. 1LB Tazuna. Cafes MLB, Bourbons MLB. 1LB Sweet, 2LB Aishin Flash, 3LB Taishin. 3LB King. I'm in the same exact spot with the King. Alright, cool. Let's look at team trials. Also, I keep forgetting to look at classes. Class 6? Awesome. Cool. Is that in the YouTube thumbnail? It is Top Road. Yeah. It's a screenshot from episode 1 of Road to the Top, where she's collecting everybody's homework in the front of the classroom. Doing her class president duties. Cool. Three? Okay. Ooh. You got me with the Nikkei music. I joined We Want to Do dailies and thought Great. I'm glad it's happened multiple times now. That makes me feel good. Okay, cool. First thing that came to mind here is this air groove looks a little low on stam. For Mile, I normally was shooting for around 600 stam with a gold recovery. I think that is aiming more towards the longer Mile tracks. So you can get away with less, but that was normally what I was looking for. So this is a bit lower than that. On the opposite side, for the dirt team, these are all quite above that, which is not a problem. Especially the Haru with the recovery unique. It's not a problem to be above the stam, the necessary stam when it comes to having other recoveries, or in particular gold recoveries as well, because it's just more skills that you can still trigger. So even if you're overhealing and they don't really do anything, it's still skills you can trigger for points, and that's better than not having it. It does become a problem when you're overhealing that much and not winning, though. But assuming you're still seeing good placements across the team, then that's fine. If you think these are underperforming, you can shoot for less recoveries. So normally I would look for around the stam or a bit less, like in the 580 to like 640-ish range with 1 gold. Normally swinging Maestro, because Maestro is just a really good gold. This as well is a situation where... Oh, the Ogre guy came back. I keep forgetting. It happens every time I change scenes that I keep forgetting. How much stam is necessary to have for medium Agnes? That is a good question, and... Let me pull up the ref doc before I say something dumb. The ref doc recommends 900 plus Maestro for medium. Assuming you have a 3-star Tachyon. Her unique is then a 5.5 plus whatever the unique levels are. So around 900 if you don't have any other recoveries. If you do have another gold, you probably can get away with like 700. Is what I would say off the top of my head, as somebody who has not really built too much Tachyon. But if you have her recovery and Maestro, 700 should be fine. If it's just a recovery, I would shoot for around 900. Don't mind the Scarlet, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, the stat line here is nice. Of course, the G dirt is if there is anybody else you could run on dirt, if you are looking for another dirt option. My go-to recommendations for dirt with what you do have, if we look at your team trials team again, would be Maruzensky is really nice on dirt. She starts at D dirt. If you can get 7 dirt sparks, that takes her to A dirt. If you can get 4, that takes her to B, and B is okay. The downside to that is then you have to move Maruzensky off of your Mile team and put somebody else there. But you could basically just swap the Maruzensky and the Scarlet in that case, and run this Scarlet in your Mile team, and that's totally fine. And the stat line that you're looking for both Dirt and Mile is basically the same, because Dirt is basically always Mile. So you're building for Mile regardless of the team. And as a result of that, Maruzensky's gold skills, like changing gears, are still completely usable on dirt. And she becomes a really nice option. The other option that I recommend to people who wouldn't have like Maruzensky or Ogre or Taiki would be Dirt Maya. Dirt Maya takes quite a bit more effort to get set up if we look at Maya's aptitudes. She starts at E Dirt and D Mile, so you take 10 on one of them and 6 on the other, and it gets you to an alright spot, or 9 and 9, and you get to A Mile, and you get your dirt up 3 stages as well to B, and then you just hope that you hit the one that is at B during inspiration and get it to A. But with you having Maruzensky, that's not something you have to consider doing. So what I would do is swap the Maruzensky and the Scarlet, and if you want to retrain the Maruzensky and look for a parent that you can borrow that has 7-star dirt or higher, because the way that the aptitude raising works is 1 star gets you up to the next aptitude. So 1 would get you to one would get you to C, and then every 3 after that gets you up another rank. So 4 gets you to B, and then 7 gets you to A. So if you can find a 7-star or higher dirt parent that you can borrow, that immediately gets your Maruzensky to A dirt before the career starts, and then she still gets value out of stuff like changing gears. And you can build her basically the exact same way that you would do it if you were building her on turf, and she just slots in here. And then you have a very solid dirt team with Maruzensky, L, and Haru. 3 solid dirt runners. So that is definitely a recommendation I would make. And then you can run Die with Scarlet in place of her as either a pace chaser like you have her now, or you could also run her as a front runner. Which I don't think we've talked about running style overlap at all today. This was something I talked about quite a bit in the first account review stream. The way that Team Trials works is there's a score bonus called Good Positioning, and it gets given during the mid-race and the late race. And the way that it works is it basically looks at each running style, and if you're leading that style, you get bonus points. So when it comes to like optimizing your team trial team for scoring on the higher end, it's generally better if for each team type, for each distance, if you don't have any running style overlap, just so that each character has a chance at getting the good positioning bonuses. Because like if you have a team with 3 pace chasers, one of them gets that good positioning bonus, and then the other 2 miss out on it, right? If they're all unique running styles, then they all have a shot at getting those extra points, and that can be nice. It's not something you have to try to force. It's not something you have to go out of your way for, but for characters that can run multiple running styles, so somebody like Die with Scarlet who can run either front or pace and perform well in either of those styles, you can basically make your decision on which style you want to run by what doesn't overlap with the rest of the team. I'm learning this today. I learned something. Class 6 that I need. Oh wow. I'm glad I did decide to bring it up. But yeah, that is it's again, it's not something that is necessary to do. It's not something you have to like go out of your way to do, but if you keep it in mind when you're planning your teams, it is a nice way of getting some additional points. And the points are actually pretty meaningful as well. So it is nice if you can make it work. And that is something I did talk about quite a bit last time we did account reviews, and then just didn't bring it up at all today for whatever reason. I don't know why. But yeah, I would definitely make the swap of the Marzensky and the Scarlet. I think that's a good starting point. In terms of other things, this looks nice. This also, I think, potentially might run into some stam issues on the long tracks. So you could look for more stam here. But also, we looked at the race frequencies earlier. It's about a 45% chance that you get a long race that is 3,000 meters or longer. And then the other 55% of the time, it's shorter than that. For the shorter long tracks, this is fine. For those longer long tracks, you might want more. Because of how many races you get for team trials each week, you can kind of just build around consistently living the shorter tracks. And then as long as you get a good score on a set where you have one of those shorter long tracks, then it's okay. And this is at a very similar stam spot to like the gold ship as well, with the unique recovery here, where these are both fine for the shorter long tracks, but might struggle with the longer longs. I think we haven't looked at decks actually. That was one of the things that we do want to touch on. For long, I really like 3 speed, 3 stam. I'm saying this now after maybe raging at it when we were doing ogre stuff earlier in the month. But I think 3 stam, 3 speed is really nice for long. I generally find it harder to slot in other card types for long. And I think you get more consistency by just focusing on the 2 stats, especially with how high you want to get the speed and stam. Or on a character like Gold Ship, who has the stam bonus, 4 speed, 2 stam. So a deck like this is really nice too. Yeah. Chris, what's up? Yo. On the topic of support cards, because there was the question of if I should save to spark someone and what to pull and save for while we're talking about decks. Let me pull up the timeline again. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Unfortunate, I have a nosebleed now. It was a bad sneeze. I lost the sneeze RNG. Let me pull this up. Sorry if my voice sounds a bit weird for the next few minutes while I am like holding my nose. Here we go. This is... I don't know if I linked this at all today. We've pulled this up a few times. This is Uma.boy. If you haven't seen it, here is a link to it. This is an estimated timeline of what banners are coming when. It is potentially slightly off. but it's an estimated timeline based on when the JP banners dropped, and also the accelerated speed that Global has been going at. So it's a good resource to help see what is coming and when. When it comes to support cards, we did go over banner stuff earlier. The next good support card banner is this one, which is about 2 months away. It is Wit Nice Nature SSR, which is particularly nice for late searchers because it has late searcher skill. It also, at 3LB and 4LB, gets a lot of race bonus, which makes it particularly nice for the third scenario, Make a New Track. After this banner, which is directly after this banner, there is Rico Rice. This is a power card, which I don't think we pulled these cards up when we talked about this banner earlier. So we'll do that now. Rico Hashimoto. And Rice Shower. So Rico, from what I have heard, and I didn't play Haru Cup, so this is going off of word of mouth, is basically a must-have for Haru Cup. You either pull her, and you can make use of her at lower LBs. At what LB she gets trading effectiveness, which is nice, but then it goes up when you have 2 LB, and then these LBs not only are increasing the stamina, but also this here is nice for Mat. This is a card you can use in Mat if you get it to high LBs. If you don't get it to high LBs, it's basically you use it in a Haru Cup and then it's off. Gold Ship from Japan, what's up? How's it going? But Rico is very good for a Haru Cup. So she's the prize of this banner. If you don't get her, you basically borrow her in every Haru Cup career that you do, from what I have heard. Or if you really need to use your borrow on something else, you can use the R Rico. Which is not loading for whatever reason. Load, Rico, load. Since it's not loading, we'll just talk about Rice. Rice is the other card of the banner. She's not as good as Rico, but the nice thing about her is she has stam bonus. She has Swinging Maestro. Rico is a card that gives a lot of stam. At MLB, it gives initial stam. Her events give stamina as well. So if you're looking to start phasing out stamina cards and move towards power, specifically for some of the shorter distances, having Swinging Maestro on a power card can be really nice. Can I speak Japanese? I cannot, unfortunately. I wish I could. After these banners, we hit this one. This is Kita Rerun, which everybody knows how good Kita is. Kita's still good when we get to here. Kita is very nice to have. This banner is also better than the first Kita banner because the first Kita banner was 0.5% rate up. This is a 0.75, and she's also paired with El Condor Pasa, which is just a better card than Daya. So this is the big one to save for, just to get Kita done. But other banners that are before there, these are two that are worth looking at. The Wit Nature and this banner for Rico. This is more of a luxury, I would say. This is like, it's a good Wit card. It's nice to have, especially if you like late searchers. But where it really shines is at the high limit breaks for Mant, and that's more of like a whale thing to aim for. What are we doing? We are doing account reviews and advice. In terms of characters as well, if you are interested in any character stuff, the more meta characters, from what I would say, are Saiyan Sky, who's up right now. Which, if you like frontrunners, Saiyan Sky's unique is very, very good for frontrunners. It's basically a mandatory unique on the majority of the tracks in the game. Which is this unique here. We still have the Saiyan Sky tab up. Can never get rid of Saiyan Sky. It's this, which is a 0.2 excel if you're in first place on a corner in the late race. Which is really, really good, specifically for front runners, because you need to be in first to trigger it. But it's basically, if you are a front runner person, pulling for say is nice if you are the kind of person who likes to do parent stuff, or if you're the kind of person who is doing a lot of careers in a day, so that you have your own say that you can use as a parent. If you're not in those boats, or if you want to say pulls for something else, say is a parent that you borrow whenever you do your frontrunner stuff. After her, the next meta banner is this one for Summer Maruzensky, who is a very strong frontrunner. After her, there are these two banners. This is particularly nice if you like backline stuff. Deborah's unique is cool if you like late searchers. But the big one is this banner. This is Christmas Oak Recap. And that's the wrong Ogre. Oh dear. Christmas Ogre we talked about a little bit earlier. She's very, 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 very good. Her unique is amazing. It is a speed, acceleration, and heal that triggers when you've used 3 recoveries in the second half of the race. So, the way that Ogre works, and the way that playing Ogre works, is you set your recoveries up in a way that you have a few recoveries that trigger earlier in the race, And then a recovery that triggers at like an opportune time. So something like 777s or something like Tachyon Unique Inherited. So then that triggers as your third recovery. It triggers this unique. And then you get all of this stuff. And if you get it close to the start of Spurt, you get speed carryover into Spurt. And it's really, really good. It's a very, very, very strong unique. She's also an extremely versatile character because she can run turf or dirt. She can run basically any distance. You can use her as a pace chaser when pace chasers are good on a track. You can use her as a late surger when late surgers are good on a track. You can use her as an end closer when they're good on a track. So she's a very flexible character that you can run in a lot of situations. And she's also just really good. She is basically the meta Uma. And she lasts for a while. The next meta Uma after that is... I went too far. This one. Valentine's Bourbon, which is the other meta frontrunner. So this is the frontrunner that dethrones Maruzensky, Summer Maruzensky, and takes the spot as the best frontrunner. The thing is, if you're playing frontrunners, you generally run 2. So if you pulled for Summer Maruzensky, because you really like Summer Maruzensky, you've gotten like 4 months of using Summer Maruzensky, and now you have another frontrunner that you can pair with her. And you have the 2 strong frontrunners. The downside to Summer Maruzensky, which we talked about earlier today and also in a previous stream, is this card comes in August, which we didn't pull this card up today, but we can do that now. This is Summer Maruzensky card. She is very good. Her unique gives training effectiveness based on the facility level that you're training on. She's got a lot of the other good stats you want to see. But then you get to her hints, and she has front straights, front corners, leader's pride, slipstream, PTO, groundwork, focus, and a gold skill for early race that helps you take lead. She is... this card is very good. This card is basically, you use it on every frontrunner that you train. You either pull for it and you get it, and then you use it if you're like a frontrunner player, or you're just borrowing it in all of your frontrunner decks, right? The downside to Summer Maruzensky is at this point in August, you assume every other competitive frontrunner is using this card, and Maruzensky can't use it because it's Maruzensky. So then the gap between the other frontrunners and Summer Maruzensky starts to open up a bit more. If I already have Maruzensky, is it worth it to pull for the summer one? If you want a strong frontrunner and you like Summer Maruzensky and you want to train frontrunners, I think it is still worth it. Because normal Maruzensky still has value even if you're not using her as an ace. She still has value in just being a parent that you can have for courses where that unique is good. But also, if you are fine with waiting, you can just run other frontrunners in the meantime and wait for Valentine Bourbon as well. Which would be about here. So there's like a 5-month period-ish where Summer Maruzensky should kind of just be the best frontrunner. But you can make do with other stuff for sure. And if you have other characters that you would rather get, I would prioritize them. Yeah. I always give the recommendation that if you have a favorite or characters that you really like, pull for them over what is good. Because you can make any character competitive. It just... the amount of effort that you have to put in or the amount of luck you have to get in the career is higher for certain characters rather than others. And it's more fun to train characters that you actually like, so I would always prioritize characters that you like more. Would it be better to pull for Christmas Ogre and Valentine Bourbon over Christmas Ogre and Summer Morizensky? They both last longer, I think is the way that I would put it. I think they're both stronger and they both last longer. If you like one of those characters more than the other, you can justify pulling them instead. Which I like Morizensky a lot, so I'm gonna pull for Ogre and Morizensky and potentially skip Bourbon just because I like Morizensky more. But I'm doing that consciously knowing that Valentine's Bourbon is a stronger option and she also stays strong for longer. Really like Morizensky, so I'm gonna try and get awesome. Yeah, that is a very solid pull plan. I stand by it. I also really like Morizensky, and I don't have normal Morizensky, so I really want a Morizensky I can train. Even if she does end up falling off when Bourbon comes out and when her card comes out, I'm sure I can still use her and get good results. Have no clue what I'm gonna pull on. It is hard. It is very hard to manage pull planning. Especially with the somewhat accelerated banners and the income that we're getting right now. It's tough to pick and choose. It is rough. We can talk about CM as well. Do you have a plan for characters you want to use for Cancer Cup, or have you started building, or do you just want a general direction that you can go in with what you have? Quacker, what's up? At least, yeah, that's the big thing is, I think the fact that we have as much foresight as we do outweighs the accelerated schedule. Knowing, being able to exactly pick which banners I want to pull on and then play the game planned around that instead of getting like jump scared by two banners that I really like back to back. It makes the planning process a bit more clear. Not really, I'm still stuck. Okay, awesome. Well, we can talk about all your options. So we've talked about frontrunners being good quite a bit today. The good frontrunners, I think the two strongest frontrunners, or I guess we can say three. I think the three strongest frontrunners for CM3 are Sane Sky, Smart Falcon, and El Condor Pasa. There might be some bias in there. I also think El Condor Pasa and Smart Falcon are a bit more difficult to build, but I think when they are built, they perform very well. So out of those, we can talk about Elle. Elle you can run as a pace chaser, and she's one of the few pace chasers that actually can like achieve good results because her unique is very nice, which we talked about a little bit earlier, but we will pull it back up. Oh my gosh, Rudolph's song. If you haven't heard 7 before, the song is incredible. This song's so good. That is this here. Oh, this is the 2-star version? And this is the 3-star version? So it is a speed and acceleration increase that happens on the final street if you're in the front 2 positions and you have enough stam to do it. If we look at the racetrack for Gemini Cup, This is the final straight here, which is basically right after the spurt starts. Spurt starts here. It's a little bit of a corner where Saiyan Sky Unique can trigger, and where Let's Pump Some Iron, Ryunique can trigger. Then the spurt hits, or then the straight hits, words, and L Unique can trigger here, which is still early enough into the spurt that a large amount of speed and excel is very nice. So her unique is good for herself, but also good for other frontrunners as well, because it is just more speed and more acceleration that you can get. And there aren't too many good uniques for frontrunners right now. So it's a very solid option. So as long as L is towards the front, which ideally she does, if she is a frontrunner, she would be in those front two spots. Or if you play her as a pace chaser, if she can overtake the front, ideally before late race starts, right? Ideally, if she takes the front here, she's in first place here. None of the front runners get angling and scheming, and then she takes off here. Yep, spurt does work. I think the one great end closer on this track is Taishin. I think you can try to make others work, like Maya or Goldship or Ogre, and just stick spurt on them. I think it is weaker. I think it might be a little cope. But Taishin's a very strong character on this track. I gotta delete the VOD. Other frontrunner options outside of those, I like Daiwa Scarlet a lot. I think Daiwa Scarlet's really good. Her unique, if it triggers early into the second half of the race, it means you're in first, and it helps you keep first, and then you keep first, and you trigger Saiyan Sky Unique. If it triggers later, before spurt, closer to the spurt, you get speed carryover into the spurt, and it also means you're in first, and you take off even more. So it's a very nice unique. More so if it triggers closer to spurt, but even if it doesn't, it means that you're hopefully maintaining first place. Other characters that can be run as front. Maya works. We talked a bit about Marzensky earlier. She has Mile skills. This skill is nice. Her other Mile skill at P5 is a Gambling Excel, which seems a little wonky. She also doesn't get a unique, because this triggers, if we look at the course again, the final quarter starts here. The way that acceleration skills work is basically when you hit the late race, your target speed drastically increases, because now you're going into your spurt, so you want to run as fast as possible. Before this point, which Marzensky unique triggers here, you're getting an acceleration when you're already at your top speed. You're already at your target speed. You're accelerating, but not going any faster. So it doesn't do anything. Which is rough for her. Other frontrunners, not particularly to win it, but one that has been talked about a lot is running Bakshin as a blocker, and you build a lot of power and a lot of wit, and you do the same things that you would do on a frontrunner, where you get groundwork and you get the greens to make groundwork trigger, and then you deny the other frontrunners from getting Saiyan Sky Unique by just having a Bakshin that takes the front and keeps the front And even if she doesn't win, which you don't really build her to win if you're just focusing on power for the acceleration and whip for the target speed throughout the race, she stops the other front runners from getting their win condition, which is triggering Inkling and Scheming. That is an option to run, and it's a stronger option to run. You don't run it if you are running a front runner, but you run it if you're going to do backbind stuff, which if we're going to talk about backbind stuff as well, Vodka at P5 gets Furious Feet, which is a gambling acceleration skill. Grass Wonder at P5 gets On Your Left, which is a gambling acceleration skill. They both seem like solid late options, where you just hope that the Excel triggers close to the start of Spurt, and then they take off as a result of that and close the gap on the front runners and then win. And if you have a blocker like a Baksheen that has denied the front runners their Saiyan Sky uniques, then they don't get as big of a gap over you that you have to close. In a similar situation, when we talk about backline stuff, but less gambly, is Spurt, which was mentioned a little earlier. Because the late race starts here, and it's still on a corner, stuff like Ryan and Saiyan Sky Unique go off here, but then it also just transitions into a straight here, and then you can trigger stuff like Straightaway Spurt. So it's slightly delayed compared to those other two uniques, but it's still early enough into the Spurt that you still do get value out of it. So you could also consider doing end closer stuff. In that case, it would be something like Maya or Gold Ship, and you would want to get Spurt on them. If you don't get Spurt on them, and if they don't trigger Spurt, then they underperform by quite a bit. But I do think strategies for the CM, I think frontrunners are the strongest. I think frontrunners are very good. And then it seems like after that, doing backline gambling stuff is like the next best thing outside of Taishin, who has Encroaching Shadow, which you don't have to worry about getting through Inspiration, and it's also stronger than Spurt as well. I have seen talk about Karen-chan as well, which I haven't looked at because I don't have her, but I have seen people talk about running Karen. And unfortunately, I can't give too much advice because I don't have her and I haven't looked at that stuff. But if you are interested in running Karen there, I would search around for it. Because it is something that I've seen discussed in a few Discords that I'm in. So there's probably information out there if you are interested in running Karen and what the exact benefits of that are. But she's an option that you can have on your radar, because you do have her. Counts other Uma skills or only your skills? Ooh, for which thing? I'm reading that message way late. So I've completely lost where we are. But yeah, in terms of a general plan, I think if you do want to go front runners, Die with Scarlet, El Condor Pasa, Maya all work. If you are going to do front runner stuff, taking two so that you have two front runners that both have a shot at triggering Inkling and Scheming, and also will compete with lead. Compete for lead with each other and like make sure that they're both performing well is ideal. So if you are going to run front runners, you run at least two. And then if you don't want to do that, or if you want as a third ace to have like another option, Grass or Vodka as late searcher gamblers with their excels, or you could also look at end closer stuff with like a Maya or a Gold Ship, but I do think it's a little weaker. Tail held high. Tail held high just counts that specific Uma. Yeah. Just that specific Uma's skills that they have triggered. So that Uma needs to trigger 3 skills in the mid race, and then they can trigger tail held high. Going smart, Falcon and Maya? Nice. Good plan. I'm a big fan of Falco for the CM. I think she's very nice. I think she's really cool. I think that's covered everything. Hopefully that answered everything. Hopefully I was able to give some insight on which banners have a decent amount of value. And then out of those banners, if you have characters that you like I know you said you liked Summer Marzensky, I would plan your savings around those. And then for the good support card banners, pull on the ones that fit with what you are pulling character-wise. The things that either work for the characters you like to run, so like if you like Weight Surgers, Nice Nature Wit maybe it becomes a bit more valuable than it would otherwise be. Or just things that don't happen too closely to characters that you do want to pull. There are a lot of nice support cards in kind of a short period. With the Nice Nature Wit, then Rico, then Kita Rerun. I think Kita Rerun's a really big one. Kita's really good. It is harder to get a smile on Falco, yeah, because you have to get a lot of turf. You either go like 9-9 and you get her to B turf beforehand, and then you just hope that you see them both in inspiration, or I'm gonna go like 10-6 is my hope, and get her to A turf just so that I don't have to deal with not hitting A turf and being sad. And then if I don't get a smile, I'll cry a little and it's okay. We'll deal without it. None of my aces is for Gemini Cup if that's long, and we're doing alright. I'm sure it'll be fine for Cancer Cup as well. It is a lot to ask for, yeah. It is, I think, Falco and L as well, if you want to do front L too, with needing to get our front aptitude up. There are 2 characters that take more work both on the parent end and also probably more careers to get everything to line up. But if you get everything to line up, they perform very well. Am I smart for running both of them? Maybe not, but I like them both a lot. So I'm gonna put myself through the pain and hopefully it won't be too bad. I think we can do one more. I think we'll do one more, which means we did not get through many of them, but hopefully, hopefully at least there was good advice that was given. And again, if I did not get to you today, and you see that I'm live over the course of the week, tell me to review your account when I am streaming, and I will do it. Because yeah. Spin! Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Oh! Oh my, there's been so many close wheels! JobOfCm! There have been a lot of really close wheels. Math quiz. Every day Swift does 3 account reviews. Every day 5 more. No. That's why we closed the form. That's why we... That's why we closed the form. It'll just keep... It'll keep going down. The number will keep going down. And then, hopefully, I will keep getting faster. Because I was planning on being faster today, and then we've kind of had a lot of yap sessions. Hopefully, I will keep getting faster as we do more. Naruto top road on thumbnail. I click free engagement wins again. Let's go. Top road enjoyers rise up. What's my deck for Falcon? I am running... I did a deck test with her. I can pull up in Discord what the final stat line was. It was with bad parents, I would say. Let me scroll up because I can show it instead of pulling it up on my phone. And that'll be easier for me. But I did a deck test either yesterday morning or the night before. I don't remember what it was. This is what we ended with. We did 3 speed, 2 power, 1 wit. I borrowed El Condor Pasa. I did not get fine motion to be able to rainbow until late August of senior year. So we hit 2 wit rainbows the entire career. Undershot on Stam, but this was with 6 Stam Sparks, which is lower than what I am planning to have when we borrow stuff. So I think the Stam fixes itself just from the Sparks. And if we have a career where we get fine motion rainbowing earlier, the wit looks a lot nicer than this. But the speed and power are just about there. And I don't think the career was particularly great. So this is my plan for right now, but we might change it if we try it a few times and it feels worse than this. But that's my current plan. That's where I'm at right now. Let me move this over. Here we go. I do have a content creator reviewing accounts to give advice crossed my mind today earlier. Good to see you. Oh yeah. I think I'd seen Red New had done it before. And I watched that before we did our first session just to get an idea of what questions kind of came up through that. But we did a stream about a month ago doing it, and then I said I was gonna get through the rest of the stuff that I didn't get to that stream later, and then that never happened. So we decided to do one today because the question had come up a bit over the last few days of when I was gonna do account review stuff again. Next time we do this, I will structure it better, and I will also put more notice beforehand, and the form will come up earlier too, instead of the night before. Any thoughts to making a YouTube vid with typical different types of accounts and what kind of advice you give? I think that's a great idea. Yeah. I don't know if, I know what Red New had done for the video that he had done, and what I've seen from other content creators as well for other games is they'll like highlight a specific account review and just post that one, or highlight a few of them and post it together as a batch. I don't know if I would do that, but I think what I might do is just take the common information that I've been giving throughout the account reviews, both today and before, and compile that into a video if we don't do the just highlight stuff. I also just need to post more videos, because I have been behind. Unfortunately. I think the last video I posted was it the Ogre one? Oh, Jesus. I never even posted my Maya Ace run. I should do that before CM is over. But I guess I'm not gonna do that, because CM's gonna be over by the time I edit it. I'll post it after the fact, because that was a fun career, and I got to make fun of Taishin a lot that career. That was a fun time. Alright, I gotta move this over. Perfect. Current goals are to improve CM and team trials. Looking for advice for CM, team trials, and pull recommendations. Awesome. Okay. And we are in. What if I use Bourbon Biwa instead of borrowing Pasa and use Biko? That should be totally fine, yeah. The reason I was borrowing, the reason I was gonna borrow L was mostly because she can give both standard distance and sunny days. And that gets me the third green I need in case I don't get it from inspiration, assuming we see it from a hint or if we see the sunny days event. Just have another shot at a green skill, because I think that might help with losing less runs. And she's also just a really good power stat stick as well. But I was also thinking about potentially borrowing Yaino Muteki, because playtime's over, tail held high, home stretch haste would all be nice too. Even if she's worse stat-wise, because I think we're gonna be fine on the power anyways, from what I was seeing. So we might change up the borrow a bit. Let's take a look at cards. Cards and Umas. 2LB Ogre, ooh. Creek. 3LB Cafe. 1LB Aishin, 2LB Sweep, 0LB King, 2LB Taishin. Okay. So hurting a bit on the speed options from the looks of things. Because the Nokita and the SR limit breaks are on the lower end. Let's look at Umas. Karen Sean. Huge. We love Karen. Ogre Grass. Vodka Taiki. Unfortunately, no Teos. That's sad life to live, not having the best girl, but it's okay. McQueen's there. That's always great. Taishin Falco, huge. Did I? Oh, and Brighter. Wait, a lot of characters actually. Awesome. In promotion range for 5. Okay. So I'm assuming you've been bouncing between 5 and 6. You promote to 6 and then demote back down. That is the situation that I was in on my JP account. Bouncing back and forth between the two. Never got promoted to 6. Okay. I see. What Biwa greens? Biwa gives wet and outer post proficiency, which is inconsistent because you need one of those posts. The other 2 greens she gives are cloudy and Hanshin, which both don't work. And for Falco, she starts with wet. Also, oh, I forgot the Ogre guide is back. All right, let's take a look. Big speed wit. I like speed wit. I'm a big fan of speed wit. I really like speed wit for sprint. Okay. My first thought would be I would probably swap your nature and McQueen. It's a debuffing nature. This gold skill only works on medium, so putting her on medium just to get the gold skill trigger is probably nicer. And the McQueen has a lot of Sam with Maestro, and these are all long skills. My second thought would be the stam on this and potentially this as well, depending on where Bofa triggers and how long the track is. These two could struggle with the amount of stam that they have for mile. This one in particular is pretty low. But the grass looks fine. Normally I shoot for around 600 stam with a gold. And this completely exceeds that, which is good. I think I would swap the McQueen and the nature, like I had mentioned. I would probably look at retraining this and getting a bit more stam here. You could consider doing the same here as well. The Ogre here has a lot more stam than you need. So this is something you could consider retraining as well. If you can get a Dirt Spark to get to Dirt A, that's also nice. Just have the extra acceleration from it. Having more gold recoveries than you need isn't a bad thing. I've mentioned this a little bit earlier. If you having more gold skills that you can trigger is really good because it's more points. If you're not seeing the placements you want on this Ogre though, getting more speed skills so that you can consistently win is better. Because you can get away with this stam and just one of the golds, and you're totally fine. The others are gonna overheal you, but it is still additional gold skills that you can trigger, and that's more points, which is nice as long as she still performs at an alright level. Let's talk about pull recommendations as well, based on the cards that you have. And if there are any characters that you do like that you're aiming for as well, let me know and we can factor that in. We talked about these support card banners earlier, which we'll talk about again, because they are the good ones that are coming. There is still a bit of a gap before they do come. We're here right now. I don't know if I talked about this banner at all. It's an odd one where I don't think Bamboo's good and she's a power card. But the speed SR is actually pretty decent. I wouldn't recommend pulling on a banner just for the SR, but I haven't talked about this card at all today, so since the banner is coming up, I figure I might as well mention it now that the SR here is actually pretty decent. Aiming for Christmas Ogre and Summer Warzensky, awesome. Okay, cool. So in that case, Summer Warzensky comes in about a month. I would save everything from this point until then. I don't know if you can get to Spark by the time this banner is over with the amount of pulls that you have right now. And in the case that you don't get to the point where you can Spark on this banner, I'm never one that recommends pulling if you don't have 200 pulls to be able to guarantee what you want, just because it feels really bad if you do a bunch of pulls and come away with nothing. But if you really like a character, it can still be worthwhile to you as a person to just send it anyways. And Summer Warzensky is a really good character as well. She's a very strong frontrunner. If you do pull on Marzensky and get her, assuming that it does take all of the pulls that you do have enough time to build up another Spark in between that and Christmas Ogre. The downside is, if you are aiming specifically for those, there's a period in here where you might want to be saving for Ogre. It depends on how the Maruzensky pulls end up going. How much you have to work with. But there is a period in here where some nice cards do show up that could be tempting to pull. I would probably ignore this banner. This banner, apparently we get free pulls on it. I don't know what the amount is. I think I was getting it confused with the New Year banner or some other banner that got free pulls. The reference stock has a question mark next to it. I don't know what that means. There might be free pulls on this banner. If there are free pulls on this banner, you could consider finishing your Spark off, depending on how your pulls go. If you think that that's something valuable to you, and if you think that you have enough pulls to still aim for Ogre after doing that. If not, don't worry about it. There is also this banner, the Kita rerun, which I know you said you had gotten unlucky with Kita banner as well. Kita's a very good card. And this banner is nicer than the initial Kita banner because it does have L instead of Dia and the rates are higher. So I think this banner has a lot of value for anybody who doesn't already have an MLB Kita. There is also, we talked about this in the first review, and I don't know if I talked about it after this point, but here in this period, somewhere, whenever we do get the half anniversary rewards that JP got, they got a support card selector, and they also got a universal limit break crystal. Basically, they add limit break crystals. There's a rainbow one and a gold one. The rainbow one you can use to limit break any SSR card that you currently have. The gold one you can use to limit break any SR card that you currently have. We get fragments of those crystals periodically. Basically throughout events, you'll get a few of them. It takes 20 fragments to get a crystal, but that is a way that you can slowly start getting limit breaks on certain cards that you have. And the fact that we get the selector and that here means you could use that towards Kita stuff. If after Summer Maruzensky, if your polls go well and we get to around here, what you can do, and this is probably something I would recommend to anybody who is planning to pull on Kita banner, even though it is like a 2-month period between this, is you can hold the selector and the crystal and see how your pulls go here, and then use them to finish Kita off, depending on what you get. And that can have a lot of value, just having an MLB Kita of your own. Especially with Aoharu Cup, which by this point, Aoharu's basically half over. But Riko's really nice to have for Aoharu Cup. And the way that I've heard her described is you get her, even at low limit break, it's okay. And you use her at every deck that you have, or you borrow an MLB Riko for all of Aoharu, and it's basically 4 months from this point on. Whether or not that's worth pulling with the accelerated schedule that we're on, because it's basically a 4-month period now instead of JP's 6-month period. Pulling a card that sees basically mandatory use for 4 months and then falls off. It really depends on where you're at, what characters are coming that you want, whether or not that has a lot of value. But if you do get into a position where your borrow slot now is kind of conflicted between the Riko and the Kita, then this is an opportunity to kind of free that up a bit more and get Kita. And Kita is also a card that lasts for longer than Riko as well, so I think this banner for anybody who doesn't have MLB Kita is probably the highest priority when it comes to support card stuff. Outside of like if the free pulls, whatever amount of free pulls that we get, if the free pulls put you in a position where you want to finish the spark off, then the Riko race banner can be tempting from that perspective. But with the amount of pulls that you have right now, you can definitely go for Ogre. The Maruzensky, with the amount of time between now and then, might be a bit of a toss-up on whether or not you do end up getting her. But if you like her, and you want her, and you want to send it, go for it, because it's Maruzensky and she's cool. Even if I personally wouldn't recommend doing pulls if you're below 200. If you feel strongly about it, go for it. And there's always the chance you get lucky. And we can also talk about CM. Do you have a set of characters that you're planning on running for CM, or have you started any CM prep, or do you want a general idea of options based on what you have? I just saw the $670 bet. That's so much money. That's a lot. General option, awesome. Okay. So looking at what you do have, which I recommended this to everybody who has Falco. I'm gonna do it again here. There are caveats to it. I really liked her Falco for CM3. I think it's a very strong option. I think she's really good. She gets front runner savvy at base. She gets wet conditions from her potential 2. You don't have to care about any of her other potential stuff, and potential 2 is really cheap. So it's 2 greens that she can pick up every run that are good and consistent, and you need 3 greens or 2 greens in focus to trigger groundwork, which is mandatory for front runners. So it gets you most of the way there, which is really nice. Her unique skill is really good for getting her in the lead. It triggers if she's in the top 2. We can pull it up here. Oh, no, it's first. It is first. I'm thinking of L. It is this one here. If you're in first, there is someone less than a length behind you, and you're on a straight in the mid race, which if we look at Tokyo race course 1600, that would be this position here. So the goal is Falco gets into first, and then she triggers the unique, and she keeps first for this entire portion because of the speed she gets from that, and then whatever other mid-race speed skills that you do have. So it puts her in a very solid position to keep the lead, and then she's still in the lead here, and she triggers angling and scheming, and she runs away with the race. The downside to Falco is she starts with E-Turf, so you need a lot of turf sparks to make her work. It's 10 turf sparks to get her to A before the career starts. You can shoot for 7 and get her to B, and then hope to get turf through inspiration. But if you don't get a turf through inspiration, then you're stuck at B turf, and that's a little rough compared to just having the guaranteed A for every career. But because of the amount of turf sparks that you take, it's a lot harder to get mile compared to just a character where you can load up mile sparks. So it's a lot harder to get S mile, but I do think she has a lot of things about her kit that make her very nice. So I will always recommend her as an option because I also really like her. Outside of her, other front runners that work are El Condor Pasta is particularly strong in my opinion, but she also has a very similar issue to Falco where she has E front. So it's basically the same thing. You want to get her to A front. Her unique is if you're in top 2, it's a speed and acceleration as you get into the final straight. It's a very strong unique. She also works as a pace chaser. If you do run her as a pace chaser, she's one of the few characters that does work as a pace chaser. The ideal situation is that she overtakes the front before the spurt happens and then manages to deny angling and scheming and then also just triggers her unique off of that. Or at the very least, she needs to get to top 2 so that she can trigger her unique and then overtake. I don't know how consistent that is. I haven't looked at it, but she is one of the pace chasers that actually has access to an Excel because of the unique. Other front options, Maya works. Then we have backline options, which you have Taishin. Taishin starts at D Mile, so you just load her up with Mile Sparks, which you would do anyways with any ace that you're running on CM so that you can get to S Mile, so this isn't a downside at all. And the big thing about her is her P5 Encroaching Shadow is a 0.4 Excel that triggers on a straight in the last spurt. With the way that Tokyo Race Coast works, the spurt starts here, which is on a corner, so stuff like Angling and Scheming and Let's Pump Some Iron can trigger. But then you hit a straight here, and although it's delayed, having a gold acceleration that consistently will trigger at this point, assuming you pass the wit check for it, is very strong. It's very nice. It's a really good option. Taishin is one of the stronger options for the CM, and also, like, she is the good end closer for the CM, so if you like Taishin, she's a very solid option. We also, on the topic of frontrunners, we didn't talk about Die with Scarlet at all, but Die with Scarlet is a good frontrunner. She's also one of the characters you could run as pace as well, because she does have some excel in her unique, but I think front is nicer for her. If this triggers early into the second half of the race, it means she's in first and it helps her keep first. If she's able to take first towards the end of the mid race, she can get speed carryover into spurt, and that's really good. So this unique can be very nice for her. And then on the topic of other backline stuff, there is late surge or gambling stuff that you can do with someone like Grass Wonder, which you would want her potential 5 in order to get on your left. Or Vodka is the other one that gets thrown around, which you would also probably want to get the potential 5 so that you can get Furious Feet. And those are acceleration skills that won't consistently trigger at a good time, but if they trigger early into the late race, then it's a big acceleration that helps them chase down front runners. So if they hit it, it's great. If they trigger it late, then they lose. But it's a solid option, and these two are the two that I see talked about the most when it comes to late surgers. The other that I see talked about a decent amount, who doesn't have access to an Excel unique, is Ogre, just because Ogre's unique is very nice. And in that case, you would probably want to look for the white versions of those skills. So, Slick Surge and Updrafters on her, just so that you can have some acceleration if you did want to go that route. This is something I'm debating doing. I'm either going to run Die with Scarlet as a third front or Ogre Cap as a late surger. I'm not sure which one I want to do. If you're not interested in doing front runner stuff, if you do just want to do purely backline stuff, you can also consider building Bakshin as a blocker, or you do have Falco. You could do Falco as a blocker as well. The issue with Falco is you have to do the same thing with her sparks. But if you're building her specifically as a blocker, not getting Maya S isn't as big of a deal. So you really just have to focus on getting the turf up. And the goal behind that is you build them with a lot of power and wit. So the power helps their acceleration early race. The wit helps with their target speed throughout the race before the spurt. And they take first place and then keep first place the entirety of the mid race, and they don't win because they're not built to win the race. But because they're in first that entire period, they deny all the other front runners, Sayun Sky unique. So they get to this point of the track and they're still in first, and then the other front runners just don't get Sayun Sky Unique. And then your backliners can come up and they have a much easier time of closing the gap because none of the front runners got to take off here by getting their Excel. So that seems like a very solid option if you are looking to do backline stuff. And with Taishin as a very solid backline option, that's definitely something you could look at doing, is doing something like Taishin plus one of these two, either Bakshin or Falco, and then another backline option, like one of these late surgers. That works very well. Or you can go the front route and do 2 front runners, so 2 out of like Falco, Maya, El Condor Pasa, and Daiwa Scarlet, and then either you do another front runner as a third ace, or you could do a backline character like Taishin or one of the late surgers. Or you could do just debuffing stuff. I haven't looked at debuffers for the CM, so I can't offer too much advice on that. But if you do want to do front stuff, having 2 front runners at least for 2 aces is a good idea. But hopefully that gives some direction. Goes over some of the positives and negatives of each option. And then I would say out of those options, pick the playstyle that you think is more fun. Pick the characters that you like more so that you have more fun training them. And basically go that way. It seems like there's quite a bit of variety in CM3 compared to Gemini Cup, which I think makes it more fun. And it also is nice for me personally to see less gold ships because I'm starting to have nightmares about her. But hopefully that answers everything. I think we covered everything. Good job on giving advice for each person. I'm glad it I feel like we covered a lot of information. And then hopefully throughout the week, again, if anybody who did submit the form, if you see me live for the rest of this week, just tell me to review your account when I am live, and I will do it. If I'm like mid-career, I'll finish the career and then do it after. If I'm mid-reviewing somebody else's account, I'll finish their account review and then do it after. I will also go back through this VOD on YouTube later tonight, probably after I eat dinner, and I'll timestamp each section for each person. So if you just want to go back and see your section of the account review, that'll give you a quick way of getting to that stuff. And then I'll also do the same for any streams that we do account reviews on midstream. I'll put a timestamp of where your account review started as well, so you can quickly hop to that section too. Yeah. This was fun. This was nice. I need to move quicker though. I think that's my big thing. Or just do more account reviews more often. That works as well, because then more people get seen that way too, if we are gonna take a lot of time on every account too. Which might just be the better path, instead of trying to speed things up. But hopefully I'll naturally get faster the more that we do stuff too. But thanks everybody for showing interest in the account reviews. Thanks for filling out the form, anybody who did. Thank you for everybody who gave me your account to take a look at and make content of. I really appreciate it, because it is a fun thing to do on stream. And it can't be done without people who are willing to have their accounts looked at. So I really appreciate it. And I will be live again tomorrow night. I'll be live tomorrow night. I'm gonna be out of the house until like 5-ish, probably, maybe a little later. Also, yes, anybody who did who I did look at your account, change your link password to something else. I mentioned it in the forum, but change your link password to something else. Just keep your account safe. But I have logged out of everybody's account, so. We're giving your password? Let's go. I'm glad I can get endorsements. But yeah, I should be live probably around 6 p.m.-ish. I would say 6 p.m. Eastern time. We'll do finals for Gemini Cup because we have Group A finals to do. So feel free to come by. Tell me how your CM races go. And if people want account reviews done, we can do that as well. If nobody wants their account review done, I will suffer with groundwork parent stuff. It'll be one of the two. But thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I should be live again 6 p.m. Eastern time-ish tomorrow. That's my plan. That's my goal. Sometimes life gets in the way and the time shifts a bit. But I'll be live at some point tomorrow night. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.